All right. Hello and good morning, everyone. We are back with the second day of the final test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-25. Welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein. My name is Lea. Um, so a bit of roundup from yesterday. Um, and I forgot again to mute another tab on my computer. So sorry, everyone. So a bit of a roundup for yesterday. Let's get to the facts. The Indians were bowled out for 185 on the first day by Australia. And just before stumps on day one, the Indians had Usman Khawaja on the last ball of the day. So Australia end the first day on 9 for 1. They are trailing by 176 runs. The highest score in the Indian innings went to Rishabh Pant, who made a 40. Probably in the context of excuse me, the whole Indian innings, a knock to silence a few of his critics, especially Sunil Gavaskar, who was very, very critical of him after the Melbourne test. And rightfully so, I would say, because in the Melbourne test, Pant played two very injudicious shots. He was out in comical fashion in the first innings, and then to an unnecessary catch straight down to Travis Head. The pick of the bowlers for Australia in India's first innings was Scott Boland. And another thing that happened yesterday, just before the close of play, was that Jasprit Bumrah, or the Indian team as a whole, and Sam Constas got into a bit of controversy because the Australians, according to the Indians, were basically wasting time in order to to not have to face another over after that Bumrah one. So Usman Khawaja was wasting a bit of time as Bumrah was running in to bowl. Bumrah was a bit annoyed with the time-wasting tactics, and Sam Constas at the non-strikers end had nothing better to do than to get in on the action, give Bumrah some lip. He had to be separated from Bumrah by the umpires, and the next delivery, what turned out to be the final delivery of the day, Bumrah had Usman Khawaja out caught by Rahul for 2 runs, and he didn't really celebrate the wicket. He just turned around and made his way towards Sam Constas as he walked off. So yeah, there is some spice in this match still. The Indians will need to win this. They have lost their chance to qualify for the World Test Championship out of their own results. They will need some results to go their way, and I think mostly they want Australia to lose 2-0 against Sri Lanka in Australia's next tour. I think the next Australian assignment and the final Australian assignment for this World Test Championship cycle is a 2-match tour to Sri Lanka. And if India were to qualify for the World Test Championship, apparently the Australians need to lose both matches there, and losing some losing some points as a penalty for overrate violations would probably also go a very, very long way for the Indians. The Indian team on this tour has not been very, very happy. They have been antagonized by the Australian press and to a probably lesser extent the Australian public. And then, of course, by Sam Constance, who turns out to be a bit of a dickhead. I think very, 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 very aggressive on the field in that very unsympathetic kind of way that Nathan Lyon has been at times, Michael Clarke has been at times, and by that I mean in that way that Sam Constance has been very, very aggressive and very willing to engage in verbal jousts with the Indians in situations where he is not really one of the protagonists. During the Melbourne Test, when Mohammad Siraj fell as the last wicket for India, he was out. Sam Constance was fielding close to Mohammad Siraj. He was not involved in the wicket really. He wasn't the bowler and he didn't take the catch. And he was the one to give Mohammad Siraj a very aggressive send-off. And it feels a bit like Michael Clarke telling Jimmy Anderson to get ready for a broken fucking arm. When Mitchell Johnson was bowling to Jimmy Anderson, Clarke was not involved in that. He was just the little brother that hid behind his strong bully of a brother and was basically hiding behind him. And of course, the Nathan Lyon incident when he picked up the ball when I think A.B. de Villiers was dismissed in that contentious tour of South Africa that also involved sandpaper. When he picked up the ball, ran over to A.B. de Villiers, who was lying on his stomach. He was out, and Lyon picked up the ball, ran over to him, and looked like he was going to drop the ball on A.B. de Villiers. In a situation where he was not the one taking the wicket, he wasn't really involved in any of that. But he was the one that stepped over the line there. And I think Constance has had a very, very similar energy so far in this series for quite a few instances or incidents. Yeah, that is basically my roundup of what happened yesterday. Very tough going for the batsmen. The Indians scored at a glacial pace of, in the end, it was 2.55 runs per over, but for a good portion of that first innings, the scoring rate was way lower. It was around 2 runs an over for a very large portion of that first innings. Only the tail with Jasprit Bumrah deciding that he will go along at a strike rate of 129 for his 22, pulling the Indian scoring rate up to, in the context of the modern game, still subpar 2.5 runs and over. As we are now seeing pictures from the ground, the Indians are standing in the outfield near the boundary. We are apparently still waiting for the Australian batsman to lead the way out into the middle. There are the umpires coming down the stairs from the pavilion. Oh, here we go. And here come the Australians. Sam Constance is the striker at on this second day. He will be on strike for the first deliveries of the day. Constance is on 7 of 8, and he is joined by the Australian number 3 Marnus Labuschagne, who is on 0 of 0 because Uthman Khawaja was the last batsman dismissed on the final delivery of the first day. Let's see if the Indians can make something happen here. They looked they looked a bit cooked with the bat on the first day, to be honest, but I think that wicket of the final ball of the first day, that was, well, there was a surge, or the spirits of the Indians seemed to solve after that, and at stumps they looked like they had the belief that they can make something happen here. There was prodigious seam movement throughout the first day, and that should probably give the Indians a bit of heart, because Jasprit Bumrah will surely make something happen and will surely trouble the Australian batsman here on this second day if the pitch does not flatten out too much. As Mohammad Siraj has the ball in hand for his second over. And I will, of course, read out your social media messages. You can use the YouTube chat. You can use my Blue Sky handle that is on the screen now as we are getting underway. Mohammad Siraj is bowling right arm over the wicket and Sam Costas clips that into the leg side for, I think there is a couple in there. Yes, there is indeed. So the Australians 11 for 1. So one of these, as we call them in Germany, Schnapszahlen, liquor numbers, which is always a number that is at least 3 of the same number and nothing else. So 111 or 11 for 1 in this case. As Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Sam Constance, and now Siraj is getting movement off the seam, taking it away from the right-handed Sam Constance. There are 3 slips, there is a backward point, there is a deep third man, and there is a deep fine leg in place for Mohammad Siraj. So he has protection in the deep behind the wicket. As Constance leaves this one alone, that seems away from him very, very far. In comes Mohammad. Oh dear, we are having a bit of a connection problem again. Hopefully we'll get through the day without such problems as yesterday, when apparently the internet service provider decided that, well, no one is doing any legitimate business on the internet between 3:30 and 4:30. No one will notice if we switch it off for an hour on a Friday morning. Yeah, thank you very much. So hopefully we can get through the day without any of those kinds of interruptions. So let's have a look. Mohammad Siraj, as my stream returns, is keeping the bats quiet after that couple of runs Sam Constance took off the first delivery. Final delivery of his over, and this one is bowled on a leg stump line, and it is clipped by Sam Constance towards square leg, but there is no run. Let's have a look at social media. Brian Barish is with us. Hello, Brian. Do you need any help with the commentary today, or are you covered? If not, that's okay. I'm just free for the next couple of hours. Yeah, you can always jump in on, if you want, on Discord. I think you are one of the people that has permission to enter the live streaming voice channel. Let me have a look at it. Where are you on my user list on my Discord channel? Abhishek? No, that's not. No. Oh, like a brick lady. Chess. Are you not even in my server? Let me have a look. Okay, Brian. If you want to join the call, you have a message on a Discord, an invitation to my server. If you follow that invitation, I will give you permission to access the live commentary voice channel, and if you want, you can join the call for a bit for the first few hours. That would be amazing. Thank you very, very much. So back to the cricket. I think it's Jasprit Bumrah. Oh, there you are, Brian. Okay. Let me have a look. Brian Barish. Give permissions. Okay, your name is now purple, which means you are one of the commentators, and you can now, under the voice channels, access the live streaming voice channel, which only people that have permission as commentators can do. Do you want to appear with video? If so, let me know. Then I will have to rearrange some things. Let me have a look. This will take just a second. All right, here we go. Can you hear me, Brian? You are muted in the Discord. Anyway, Jasprit Bumrah is continuing. He is bowling to Manus Labuschagne. There was a couple of runs of the second delivery of Bumrah's third over. Discord.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Brian. Excellent, excellent. Do you want to appear with video? Ah, yes, there you are. I will
Oh,
just, um,
hang on 1 second.
oh, damn. I will just
Oh, hang on. Whoop.
reconfigure some things here because I cannot use. There we go. Now you should see me as well.
For some reason, I can't hear you, but give me a second. Keep going, and I'll figure it
Okay,
out.
all right, all right, all right. Okay, so Jasprit Bumrah ends his third over. Um,
Oh, here we are. Now I can hear you.
okay, excellent. And we are on screen now. Here we go. So, yeah, Bumrah looked threatening yesterday evening. Mohammad Suraj this morning got some movement off the seam as well. So that's good news for the Indians who made 185 yesterday. They were all out shortly before stumps on the first day, and now Siraj is continuing to Sam Constas, who is basically the boogeyman at this point for the Indians in the series, or a pantomime villain at the very least. What did you see of the test yesterday, Brian?
I was basically have been checking in. It seemed like the Indian fans went into a panic very, very quickly, considering how quickly they lost their openers. And I think I saw a couple of people actually suggesting that they declare on the first day. I'm not sure what they were smoking, but if they
No,
would kindly share ahead of it,
yeah,
there's that as well.
absolutely. I think a declaration was very, very ill advised yesterday. um, but oh yes, I remember on Blue Sky the argument was that you shouldn't risk your bowlers getting injured batting at number 9, 10, and 11. Because Boland, Stark were really, and Cummins were really breathing fire down the pitch all day yesterday. So I think that was the argument.
Yeah. I mean, I think invariably what's going to happen, I mean, invariably you kind of have to play what you have in front of you. And somebody said, yeah, that's all and good, but remember how good their tail was in the
Yeah,
last, in the one of the other tests. So, I agree that you want to protect them, but by the same token, you're trying to score as many runs as possible. And if you're in the tail on day one, there's no reason for you to protect. You need as many runs as possible.
absolutely. And it might just turn out to be one of those tests like in Perth, when everyone said that 180, which they made there, wasn't enough, and it turned out to be a match-winning first innings score after all. As Rishabh Pant is missing one here from Mohammad Siraj, and as he falls over and rolls, does a judo roll kind of thing. He rolls over the ball, which must hurt. He is getting it stuck between his ribs there, rolling over it. Well, well, well. There are some weird scenes going on right now. Yeah. Yeah, and I will obviously um add your, if you want, I can add your Blue Sky handle to the stream after during the drinks break maybe, or something like that.
If you get a moment, there's no hurry in that.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
but
just I'm just happy I was able. I'm just happy I was able to make it.
Yeah, and hello and welcome for the first time, Brian Barish from the USA. People that follow Gorilla Cricket obviously know Brian. He is one of the commentators for Aussie Rules football in America. He's very active in that regard as well, and he's also a fellow Gorilla Cricket alumni. So that's that's great. So very nice to have you, Brian.
Thank you, Leigh. I appreciate you having me. Yeah. Actually, if you wanted to blame anybody for this, blame Addit because he's the one who, when he interviewed me, which, by the way, at some point I will be on the Cricket Sickos podcast, but he was the one who suggested talk to Leia. And I'm sorry for doing that in the middle, like at the beginning of the match, and messing up your mojo. But
No, it's all good.
I I appreciate you. Yeah, no, I've been like keeping an eye obviously on the test for the last on the series for the for the duration of it, and I think it's been very entertaining. It's been very cagey. It's been like your typical Australian test series. There's always like the Ashes a couple years ago when Scott Boland sort of emerged from his
Oh
cocoon,
yes.
and it's the same thing with uh, uh, why can't I, with Augustus.
Yeah.
It's been fun to watch, and it's all you've also had the typical Australian weather break as well in the middle of it.
Yes, and that one I found very, very funny as well because it was Brisbane was basically rained out, and they put out an ASMR compilation of the rain hitting the covers, which was kind of fun because Queensland, of course, is the Sunshine State as Jasprit Bumrah bowls one to Marnus Labuschagne. There is an appeal by the Indians. Everyone has their hands up because they think that Jasprit Bumrah has just gotten the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne. I think he has not been given out on the field. And there is a review by TV umpire Joel Wilson. Let's have a look if Marnus Labuschagne has to go for not that many runs. DRS. And that is very, very close. I don't think he got an edge to that one. Oh, there is a spike on Snicko though. It didn't look like he got an edge to it on the TV pictures, but there is a spike on Snicko, and Marnus Labuschagne has to go, and the Indians have their second wicket, their second very, very cheap wicket. Labuschagne has to go for two, as did Usman Khawaja. Australia 15 for 2 now, and suddenly the Indians feel like they are back in this match. What do you think?
Yeah, I getting Labuschagne so quickly, especially for just the loss of 2 runs, I think is
Yeah.
a huge, huge breakthrough. This is the sort of match where I think we're looking at the sort of innings where it can go either way. I feel like Australia is either going to get bowled for you know anywhere from they're either going to be right around where India got bowled out for, or
Mm.
if Steve Smith gets going or Travis Head gets going. I
Oh,
mean,
yes.
you still have dangerous batters coming up, but I feel like it's going to go one way or the other. If Bumrah and Siraj and a couple of the other bowlers get their start getting wickets off this pitch, we may be seeing India bat later on today. That's how bad it is. But we'll see. I mean, you're right. That's a huge breakthrough for Bumrah, who now is 2 for 9 through 3.5.
Yes, exactly. I am just looking at making this layout work a bit better on stream.
And I've come through and ruined everything.
No, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
I'm also kind of following along with text. I don't have any visual of the match right now, so I'm just kind of following along with you, and also just through the visual descriptions of the match. Although I might be able to procure something shortly.
Let's put this here. That looks fine, and it allows me to use more of my screen real estate for other things like checking the YouTube chat and something like that. Yes, so there is a lot of seam movement in this pitch for the seam bowlers. We are seeing replays almost every delivery that contrasts the actual delivery and where it would have gone without any deviation of the pitch, and there is a sharp discrepancy between the two. So very, very interesting to see what happens here, and I think it's very, very interesting to see what Bumrah will do during his later spells, because Bumrah, even though he tends to open the bowling for India with the red ball, he is generally much, much better during the later stages of an innings, during his second and third spell, maybe.
Yeah. I have it on screen. I have it on screen now, so I should be able to follow along a little
yeah.
bit more. Able to find a way.
Yeah. So Steve Smith is in at number 4 for the Australians, unsurprisingly. There is a very attacking field for Steve Smith. There are 3 slips. There is a backward point. There is backward square leg, I would say. KL Rahul standing behind square on the leg side in a catching position. Not as close. There is a lot of bad blood between Jasprit Bumrah and there is a lot of bad blood between Bumrah and Constas and Constas. They were getting into it.
He says, "I'm not screwing around." He sends that one deep over the fence, and it's a massive 6. I believe that's the first of the innings for the Australian. In fact, it is, and they need that one, I think, to kind of steady things as Steve Smith goes to double digits with a 6 just over the SCG fence, right up in the breadbasket, and a little bit of a short arm swing, but there was plenty of power. But the crowd gets its taste of leather on Willow, and the odds now 49-4. That brings up a potential maiden wicket or maiden over by Prashid Krishna. Final ball of the 15th over comes in, and this time it's carted the other way, up over. Where's this one going to land? It's going to land just in front of the Toblerone and crashes in. Hands in the over, all coming off the last 2 balls. And Steve Smith goes to 17 from 26 after 15. Australia 53 for 4. Going to see if we can get some more friends over here on the channel. But Steve Smith, as you can see, just starting to kind of open things up a bit and getting 10 more runs. And see the exit bellow, as we say in baseball, 126 Ks per hour. Bumrah will continue for his 7th over, and that one is edged behind by Bo Webster, and there's his first boundary. Webster goes to 4, and that's the 50. The 50 up for Australia. They were 53 for 1, and now Webster gets his first one. And there is a big edge and all the way down to fine leg. And a good job of watching this. Bumrah has, he looks like he's just completely coming in his run-up. It looks like he's going in some locomotive vortex. Second ball comes in, and this one sails by as Webster shoulders arms, no run. Australia 55 for 7, the difference 128 runs. For 32 wickets in this series, or in any series. He is the most by any Indian in an Australian tour. With that last wicket earlier on, Bumrah forward was over the wicket and almost edged there. They had a little half-heart celebration. Webster's that eludes the ball. As we see it again, that one just tailed away. And Rishabh Pant maybe trying to sell that one a little, not even close. Good ball at giving the foot. I don't think Siraj is really, or rather Bumrah's bowling really well, 22 for 24. Fourth ball of this over. This one in, and this one is knuckled down to the onside as Webster went about maybe a quarter of the way down the pitch, and ball came in, and Gill came in to try and field it, and had the throw been a little bit more accurate, it would have been close. I think he would have gotten back, but I think it would have been awful close. So Webster stays in. And there it is once again. He would have been back. As we take a look at the replay, his bat was grounded, was Webster's. Fifth ball of the over from Jasprit Bumrah. Australia 57 for 4. Oh, that one turned something fierce and just hopped over the bails. But that was a good ball from Jasprit Bumrah. And here it is once again. Watch this thing. We're going to see this thing turn. And that one almost, I think it was an inch inside. That would have ended up in his, it probably would have ended up somewhere in his rib cage, Steve Smith. Or check that Webster. One ball remaining in this over. Putting all sorts of torque on it. Final ball of the 16th over. And Bumrah comes in, and this one is dabbed down to the offside, and they will jump off 1-6. He will stay on, and at the end of 16, Australia 58 for 4. We will have a little bit of a drinks break, and tell you once again, we thank you for joining us here on the Silly Short Leg channel. Of course, if you're, my name is Brian Barish. If you're looking for Leah, she is taking a little bit of a break. I must say, all of the coverage that she's provided here over the last, over the extent of this series. And I guess for those of you joining who might not know who I am, Leah had mentioned earlier about being involved in Australian rules football. I also do play-by-play for Minor League Cricket, which is the slow Major League Cricket. Those of you who may have heard about Major League Cricket over the last couple of years coming into play with 6 teams in the USA, playing most of their games in either Texas or North Carolina. But minor league, which is just finished its fourth season, and has teams all across the country, including one in Philadelphia. And it's been pretty fun. And we've had the likes of Liam Plunkett, Raheem Cornwall came through and played for the Atlanta Fire. A couple of U.S. national teamers, Andres Hoos is one of them. As we take a look at Brisbane and Gab, or Sydney, that's the SCG. We're in Sydney, Brian. That is the SCG. I was hoping to have made it to the SCG when we were there, when I was there in 2017, but didn't get a chance to make it. This is also, you talking about the U.S., I guess the U.S.-Australia connection. Of course, the LA Dodgers, Arizona Diamondbacks in the 2014 Major League Baseball season here. What was funny was listening to the great Dodger announcer Vin Scully talk about, he said, the hallowed ground of the Sydney cricket ground, forget what it was called, is, we're taking a look at the highlights from the first session in this on this second day. And just running through the scorecard again in order after Kawaja was felled with the final ball of the day yesterday, and Australia 9 for 1. Lashin was a holdout to Rahul to Boomerang his second wicket. They were for 2 off of 10 balls. Then Constas was starting to play. He played a scoop shot. He was playing, really was starting to take the circus shots out, but unfortunately went one too many as he caught an edge and was caught out by Yash, by Jaiswal, off bowling Saraj to get his first wicket, and Constas was gone for 23 with 3 fours. And then Travis Head, after he got a 4, did the same thing, caught a thick edge as the Richies, as this being day number 2 at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and they're out in force as Rahul got the second catch, second wicket for Siraj's, and his second catch, catching out Travis Head, who went for 4. Rashid will now continue to Bo Webster, who is out there with Steve Smith. And this partnership has been good for just fall. The will be with Rashid ball, and that one is tapped to the offside, but right into the covers, and there is no run. Looks like they've got 3 slips in place for Bo Webster. And be interesting to see how as I mentioned, when here the Australians really have maybe one recognized batter. They've got 3 slips in. In fact, they have looks like 4 slips in. As Webster does the second ball down the off, and there's no run. Alex Carey really is the only recognized batter they have left. And once he goes, then I think it's going to be panic stations. And, you know, I think Australia, as we were saying, I don't know that they've really shown a lot of patience. In this innings, they really haven't did the play some of the shots that they had. And instead of, I think, really kind of maybe wearing India down and preparing to maybe bat for a day and a half, I think they'll be lucky if they're still batting by the end of the day, and maybe, who knows, in the next session or 2. That one goes behind Webster. He took a swipe at it. That would have been a behind, or a behind, went into Aussie rules mode. That would have been a wide, I think, in the one-day game. But here it is just been given as a wide, or it goes through for no run. Boomer 2 for 19 bolts overs, and Rashid 10, 2.5 overs into his day. And he will continue once again over the wicket. And Webster again hits this one to the same spot, and that one is stopped in the slips. Good defensive play. India's playing well defensively, it must be. And there was an instance where Webster was put down, but again, just we mentioned that Bumrah was and Siraj weren't afraid to come in and jam Constas in on his pads, but they seem to be bowling Webster and Smith outside. Ball the come in, and good one-handed stop by Rashid on this occasion, and Webster dabs it back down. So Rashid is 1 ball away from a maiden over. And I guess it'll be interesting how they when they were sitting at after they lost Labuschagne at 15 for 2. I think you had the feeling that it really could have gone one of either way. Either they were going to come up with a short total or they were going to stay in for a bit. And this time Webster opens up and he pulls this one sweetly to the onside. That does direct maiden over as Webster picks up a 4, and that is his second. And he goes to double digits on his 17th ball. It's a boundary for Bo Webster. He goes to 10 with Smith on the other side at 17. And end of 17, Australia are 62-4. So Bo Webster goes to 10. We'll try and get you some statistics on him. Brian Barish here with you. Again, if you're looking for Leia, she is taking a little bit of a break. She'll be back, I imagine, in about 15 minutes or time. But let's go around and take a look at some of the other matches that are happening. There's, of course, the test that's happening, a couple of tests that's happening. South Africa is taking on Pakistan. That match will resume in about 6 days' time, or about 6 hours' time, as Bumrah will continue, and that goes six behind the person, Steve Smith. Smith didn't swipe at that one. Bumrah 2 for 25 starting his 8th over. South Africa 316 for 4 at the end of 80 overs in their first innings, playing really, really well after they chose to bat that game, of course, in Cape Town. Ryan Rickleton, who is in there, is not out for 176 after Temba Bavuma scored a century. He got out for 106. We're back in Sydney. Bumrah with his second ball of the over, sails by the off stump. Smith doesn't offer, no run. So Bavuma 106, and a partnership between Rickleton and Bavuma of 239 runs for that fourth wicket, and Pakistan and South Africa well in control of that match over Pakistan, with day 2, as we said, coming in less than actually a little less than 8 hours time. Bumrah will come in with his third ball. And this one, wow, that really, again, Bumrah putting a lot of torque on the ball, and it went up as Smith pulled the bat back. He went into the lightsaber post. As we take a look at it, and he back, and Bumrah fit the gap between the bails and the bottom of his bat. There is no run. Bumrah right now perplexing Steve Smith. The other match that's happening, and we'll get underway in about, we'll call that about 6.5 hours, and in Zimbabwe, as Bumrah comes in again, and this time it's flicked to the onside, and Smith's going to get a run out of this as he caught a fine inside edge and goes all the way, not quite to fine leg, just a little bit wide of that, I would say almost behind mid-wicket, and he goes on keen. And Australia go to 63 for 2 balls left in the 18th over. Afghanistan was batting in their second innings. They are 46 for 3, trailing Zimbabwe by 40 runs. They were bowled out, were Afghanistan for 157. Zimbabwe was bowled out in turn for 243. So that gets underway at 2:30 Eastern US time. Bumrah, ball over as he comes in. Same kind of play from Webster as he pulled the bat back, and watch that one sail on through to the keeper. There is no run. One more ball remaining on Bumrah's over. So that is what is happening in the other 2 matches right now. And India, we said, I think still very much in the hunt for the a chance at the World Test Champion final. Bumrah will finish his 8th over. Right armed over the wicket once again, and this time, again, a forceful off shot to Bo. Will keep striking, picks a left run on his 19th ball. 18 overs complete. Australia, 64 for 4. They trail by 121 runs. If you're watching us out there on the stream, we'd love to hear from you. Either you can or chat us up on Blue Sky if you want to get a hold of me. I am Brian Barish, BrianBarih, one word, and hopefully we're spreading love also on Discord as well, um, on Leia's Discord, as well as the we're trying to get some folks from the U.S. National the Dirty Dozens Discord as well, because there are literally dozens of us in the U.S. that along with cricket. It'll be Prashid who will continue for his fourth over. He has none for 14. I believe, as we said, we know we've seen the Richies in attendance as Prashid's first ball of his fourth over is in. Webster down offside, there is no run. Webster 11 from 20. And not much on that one. There was I wonder there was may have been a little bit of a flipper as it was a relatively short ball from Prashid, but it didn't hold a lot of us. And managed to stay low. Prashid set to come in once again, bowling to Webster. And it reminds me a little bit, this pitch, or at least that ball reminds me a little bit of the pitch that commentated a lot of matches on in New Jersey about in just a moment as Sheed comes in, and this is hit to the onside and at short mid on. There is no run. Good bowling by Prashid. Most of the matches I've called of the I think 19 matches that I've called, most of them have come from County Park, New Jersey. And last year, it was definitely, there was more coverage as you got closer to the wicket. There seemed to be more dirt, I guess, almost like sand. As Prashid comes in once again, and this time it's played off the toes of Webster, and this one will go all the way. It's going to roll all the way down mid-wicket and finally coming down, getting it, slinging back, and they pick two more. So Webster goes to 13. Australia goes to 66 for 4. Good ball by Prashid, but Webster watching it in all the way. As we said, he practically played that off the tops of his shoelaces. So 66 for Australia. And after they trail now by 100. Brampton Wolves of the Canadian Global T20, which is interesting. That is a competition that has well and truly lost the plot. There was like a 1 over final or something that happened as Bumrah continues for his 9th over, and Smith has to play that almost in self-defense. It guides down to the offside into the slips, but there's no run. Yeah, there was a whole big thing that happened with the Global T20. And oh, hi. It's a cluster. That's basically what it is. Bumrah, as we continue on, Bumrah will come in with his second ball of the over, and that one is defended down just to the left of the bowler by Steve Smith. There is no run. There was a big. I'll tell you what. There was a lot of rain in that week. In fact, because it was actually the week. What's funny about it, I was about 20 kilometers away, calling the AFL Transatlantic Cup. And we had a lot of the rain, and we had somebody. There's a guy, Go Pack Joe. I don't remember his real name, but he traveled from Cleveland for a couple of those matches on Sunday as Boomerang comes in once again, and this time again it also catches the off just a thick edge, but right to a fielder and the slips along the ground. No run. Boomerang with 3 dot balls. There was a couple of rainouts, and there was a whole big thing. There was a couple of matches that were reduced down to like 6 overs. There was one where the match was completely abandoned, and I seem to remember. You know what it was? Both matches in the semifinal were abandoned, or both of the qualifier and the eliminator were both abandoned because of how bad the weather was. As as this one comes in, and there was something that they said that they were going to bowl, that they were going to play like 1 over, and then one of the teams didn't show. There's an article about it, and I'll have to find it and delve a little bit more into it. But yeah, there was a really it was a giant cluster is what happened, and I remember it was that it was the Friday. It was either the Friday or the Saturday. I'm trying to think now. No, it would have been the Friday. And I remember the weather. I mean, the weather was putrid that Friday because it was the same day as the men's semifinals, and it rained most of the day. There was so much water on one of the wings that there was a family of ducks had gathered as Boomerang comes in with the fifth ball of the over, and Smith can only defend that one. As Boomerang is hitting right around the 135 K mark on his deliveries, getting a fair bit of spin to it. He is not allowed to run in this 20th over, and Australia remains 66 for 4. But I just remember, I mean, it went away for a couple of years because of COVID, came back last year, and I just find it funny that like there's teams called Vancouver and Brampton. You know, you've got Vancouver, which is a large city, and then you've got Mississauga and Brampton, which are essentially just like suburbs of Toronto, and they're playing in this National League in one spot. And that one, the final ball of the over from Boomerang comes in, it hops over the wicket, and Smith doesn't offer, and that'll do it. A maiden for Boomerang. He is 2 for 27 after his 9 overs. Just checking to see how many of those he's had. That is his first maiden. Krishna has had one as well. At the end of 20 complete, the Australians are 66 for 4. They trail India by 119 runs, Leah.
Yeah, they do. They do. I think they stabilized the innings a bit after losing 4 very, very quick wickets. So Smith and Webster have done a lot of good. They will need to do a lot more good because this partnership now is worth 27 runs, which I think is the highest partnership in the Australian innings thus far. Yes, indeed it is. Second one is between Smith and Constance. So yeah, the Australians looking to stabilize here, and they will need stabilization because the 185 the Indians put out on their first innings looks better and better, or looked better and better with every wicket for the Australians that fell. They are still 119 runs behind India on first innings, but the problem is that they can't rely on the Indians again failing to dismiss their tail in this match, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's, and again that's the key. I think this partnership is going to be big, and then when Carey comes in, they need to score as many runs as they can because again, as you said, they don't really have much on the tail. Do you want me to keep going for a little bit more?
You can go for a bit more if you want. Yes, sure.
So there's 2 more runs actually off the bat. I know I'm a little, like I said, I'm a little bit ahead of Leah.
Yes.
Webster gets 2 more runs as he cuts that one away, and on the third ball of the over, he cuts that one into almost the same spot. But again, a fielder will come around on the square boundary and come away as they pick up another run. So Webster now goes to 16 off of 28. Smith are 18 off of 36. Australia 69 for 4. Nice. Midway through the 20th over. One thing I love, and as a non-Aussie and I guess as a non-cricket fan, I love the homage paid to Richie Benaud. Of course, it being the second day, the Richies are there, and And look, it kind of falling into the sport as I've gotten into uh, got into it through a lot of the computer games. As this one is driven
Mm.
down the ground, finding a little bit of a gap, and able to get through for a single. As Smith now goes to 19, Webster will come back on strike. Australia 7 for 40 with 2 balls left in Prashid's fifth over. Um, but I remember, I think the first video game I found was something like Cricket 2002, and he was commentating with another Australian. I forget who it was at the time, but for 2007 for Cricket '07, it was him and Mark Nicholas, and it was some time later, as we'll get to that in a second. Prashid comes in with his fifth ball of the over. This one is turned to the onside, and they'll scamper through for a single. Webster now goes to 17, or I think he does. Yeah, he goes to 17, and it's now 71 for 4. Um, it was sometime later, actually, on my flight over to Melbourne to cover the International Cup in 2017, that I discovered the 12th man. And it's amazing how, like, listening to something, I think maybe made me wanted to learn more about the men who are at the center of it, especially Richie. And, Richie was he was such a great presence over the sport. As this one is tapped down by Smith to the onside. There is no run available and none taken. As Prashid finishes his fifth over, he gives up 5 runs in it, a deuce and a cup and 3 singles. At the end of 21, Australia 71 for 4. They trail by 114 runs. But that's how I got into it. And being a commentator myself, I've been drawn to especially a lot of American commentators, and also commentators here in the Philadelphia region. But
Mm.
but Richie, it's amazing how his personality and his cadence and everything else is just so fun to listen to. And yeah, it's great to see his legacy, and I guess the legacy of Channel 9, et cetera, being carried through so many years after he retired, and after his heyday, say, and then after his passing.
Yeah. I mean, this one was my first cricket video game, International Cricket 2010, with Stuart Broad on the cover, and I think the commentator in that one of them was Bumble, and I think the other one is Michael Slater and Lisa Stelekar are in there.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting to see the people. They get this as we have our first change of bowling in a while. It's Reddy who will come in to bowl, and I believe he's replacing Boomerang. And that one sails by Webster's outstretched bat. There is no run, and it is N.K. Reddy, Nitish Kumar Reddy, who is in. Um, the 21-year-old, 21 and a half, who let's see how he's done so far in this. I think we can call this his fifth test, because he's been in all of them so far. He has 3 wickets,
Mm.
and his best in an innings is 1 for 21.
Yeah, and I
So
think
he will. Go ahead.
yeah, I think this series for him will go down as the series in which he broke the record for the highest score by an Indian from number 8 at the MCG. He was the first Indian to make 100 from 8 at the MCG, and he broke a partnership record for, I think, the 8th wicket or something like that at the MCG that was set by Tiger Pataudi in 1967-68 at the MCG.
Yeah, yeah. It was definitely a historical run, as they took a run off of that last ball. Did Webster, and this time Reddy comes in on the box of Steve Smith, and he has to play that in self defense. There is no run, and they are still 72 for 4. In what I've seen him play, he's listed as a batting all rounder. But I just like the way he's approached to it. And I think one of the enduring things of this, enduring images of this particular series, will be his dad's
Yes.
reaction when he picked up the century. I also liked watching him. Um, excuse me. I also liked watching his dad greet Sunil Gavaskar,
Mm.
which was really fun to see. As Reddy will come in, he's a right-hander over the wicket, and again, dabbing the ball down. Smith just dribbles down to the offside. There is no run. Good over so far from Reddy, who was allowed just one run off of four balls. Still 72 for four Australia. But that's just amazing.
Yes.
And you can see how much it means to parents who perhaps seeing their kids live out their dreams. And for for Reddy's dad, I mean, I think he just couldn't believe it, and especially for Reddy to do this so young, as we said, he's just 21 years old. As he'll get set for the fifth ball in over the wicket, and Smith has to swipe at this one, and he did make some contact, but it doesn't pierce the infield. And one ball remaining. Australia still 72 for four. We talk about achieving things very young. I don't know if you follow darts, but
No.
for
No.
the Luke Littler, who will turn 18 in I think 2 weeks, won the world championship earlier today on
Oh.
on his on his second try, I might add. He made it to the final last year and lost to Luke Humphreys, but he defeated Michael Van Gerwen, who is he's like a 7-time finalist. So this one, the final ball of this over is cut away, but there's a man waiting about we'll call that 10 feet in front of the boundary who makes the stop
Mm.
as Smith goes to 20 off of 42. He'll retain the strike. At the end of 22 overs, Australia 73 for 4. And as they began the day 9 for 1, since play resumed about 90 minutes ago, they have added, we'll call that, what is that, 64 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yes.
Smith on 20, Webster on 18. And this partnership, as Leah mentioned,
34 runs now.
is the 34. It is the largest of the day so far.
Yes. And speaking of achieving things very, very early in life and at a young age, the youngest IPL player was contracted for this year's IPL, I think at the age of 14 or something like that. That was they are signing teenagers now that are not even yet out of high school.
Mohammad Siraj will come in, and he is greeted by a Steve Smith 4 as he cut that one behind square. And that is every once in a while, Steve Smith, it seems to find a delivery that he really likes, and he hasn't made a mistake yet as he goes to 24, and he just went with this one. And just by, if there was a fifth slip in there, the fifth slip would have gotten to it, but there was only the 4, and so it is a boundary for Steve-O, his second, and Australia now 77 for 4.
Yeah. Okay. Steve-O is an interesting nickname I've not heard for Smidge. I've heard Smudge, which is I think the accepted nickname for Steve Smith in the Australian side. Yeah, and of course there are so many. As you were talking about about Richie Benaud, and Benaud was such a great commentator because he was always this kind of soft and polite voice of cricket for a lot of people. He was not just for the Australians, he was also the voice of cricket for a lot of English fans because he was also commentating during the English summer, of course. And it's really interesting about Richie is when something happens that he doesn't like and he gets really shitty about stuff. He can do that. He can do that. And it's always very, very fun if Richie gets shitty about stuff.
As Siraj, who is so there was a leg by in there by Smith, and now 2 dot balls in a row to Bo Webster, who is 18 on 33, 18 off of 33. Yeah, I mean, listen, people can get moody from time to time. I mean, shoot, I've been that same way, but yeah, but what remains to me, I don't think he was entirely happy that Billy Birmingham was portraying him the way that he was, but I also knew that deep down that there wasn't any sort of harm in it, and that that it was an homage as Webster turns this one around. But again, there's a man right there at mid wicket who will make the stop. There is no run. 1 ball remaining in the Siraj over. He's given up 5 balls as Webster remains on 18 off of 34. Smith on 22 off of 44 with 1 ball remaining in the 23rd over. Australia 78 for 4. And
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think there is a commercial where Richie Benno is inviting a lot of people over for a barbecue.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, and Billy Birmingham rings him up and asks if he can come, and Richie just says, "Nope."
Nope.
Yep, exactly.
and that I think, and I remember Billy talking about that. That was actually right before he passed. The last ball of the over, by the way, was a dot ball, and after 23, the Aussies are, where are we? They are 78 for 4. Yeah, my friend Frith over on this was secondary to. I just kind of happened to be scrolling Blue Sky, and my friend Frith, who is based up in Queensland, said that she loves the way that Bo Webster runs between the wickets, full knees, elbows up, big rig coming through. So there's that. Yeah, but it'd be interesting. I remember having a dream once where I was able to entice the Philadelphia Phillies announcer Harry Callis to call cricket with me in New Jersey, and that would have been something. And of course, he's been gone for some time as Reddy continues, and Smith's first delivery was chipped up in the air but short. The onside, there was a mad scramble to try and get there. Now, I'm wondering if this actually caught the pad because they're showing the DRS timer here. From what I saw, he had played at this one, but it looks like they're going to let the timer run out and not make a play. Let's take a look at it again. It looked like he had just got so it did clip the top of the pad, but I believe it would have missed. I think it would have missed the stumps had it gone through. And I think Leia will probably see it in the moment as the second ball of the over comes in, and Smith this time turns it around to the onside, and they'll scamper through for a single. He's gone to a quarter century. Has Steve Smith 25 off of 46, Australia 79 for 4, with 2 balls going in the 24th over.
Yeah, for some reason, ESPN Cricinfo is a bit behind. Did everyone catch that when the Indians were collapsing? I think it was in Brisbane, and it meant incidentally the whole back end of the ball by ball for ESPN Cricinfo collapsed.
Yeah.
To coincide with that, such was the collapse that not even the back end of Cricinfo could cope with it.
Yeah, such as it is. There was a dot ball in there on the third ball for from Reddy to Webster, who will stand in from the right side to face the fourth ball now. As Australia, I think this is more to their liking. I think this is more to the game that they need to play. And this one came in, and that was kind of an odd. That ball came out kind of oddly. I'll have to take a look at it again as Virat Kohli is having a little bit of a laugh. There is no run on that one. I think he was amused at this one. I'm not quite sure where this came in. This one too hit him on the pad. That's what it was. Is Reddy, that ball turned something fierce, and that's what I think drew Kohli's amusement, as I think that would have gone down. I think it would have hit too close, or it may have been going down leg. Fifth ball of the over comes in from NK Reddy, as this one is driven down the ground, but not with any sort of power, as Reddy stops it with his left foot. 1 ball remaining in the 24th over. Webster on 18 off of 38. Smith on 25 off of 46 on an absolutely beautiful day in Sydney at the SCG. I accidentally called it Brisbane before. I forgot where I was for a second. You weren't around, thankfully, but last ball of the over from Reddy to Webster set to come in. As the ball comes in, and that one was bowled short, and Webster had to hold his elbows up around his nasal passages to make the stop. What did we say here? 1 run off the over. Good over by Reddy, who has given
Yeah.
up just 3 runs in his 2 overs of play. 24 overs complete. The Aussies trail by 106 runs for 79 for 4.
I always like a pace bowler where the keeper is coming up to the stumps. And because Reddy, he looks like he has his action looks like he's a real fast bowler, and then comes out at medium pace, military medium. And I remember that Alex Carey also moved up to the stumps for some of Mitchell Marsh's overs during some of the tests, the first 4 tests. So that's always fun. It's always a good way for a batsman to be dismissed, stumped of a pacer.
In case you're wondering what's happening in American sports, the Duke's Mayo Bowl is happening right now. So there's that. It's a college. For those of you who don't know, it's a college football bowl game. They have like all sorts of. There's the Pop-Tart Bowl, there's the Armed Forces Bowl, there's the Orange Bowl, there's all sorts of bowls happening. So
wasn't there a Tex Slashers Bowl this year?
There is a Texas Bowl, yes. As Siraj, who is in for his 9th over, has bowled 2 dot balls to Steve Smith. As Australia still 79 for 4. Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. There's like the Motor City Bowl. There's and it used to be like tangible things. Like there was the Sugar Bowl and the Cotton Bowl and all this other stuff. And there used to also only be like 10 bowl games. Now there's like 60.
Yeah.
There's so many bowl games as this one comes in, driven back down straight into the ground and to an oncoming Siraj who fields it right in front of his face. There is no run. 24.5 overs going, 79 for 4. Australia trailing by 106. It's just bizarre. It's just money at this point, and they've expanded the play because it used to be there was no actual playoff. They would play all these games, and then these newspapers would decide who was the best team in the country, and it took until 1997 for a lot of people to go, you know what, this is stupid.
Yep.
As Siraj comes in, as Smith had to defend that one, and then the ball is pinballed around off of Siraj's legs for some reason, and there is no run. 2 balls remaining. Siraj 2 for 23, 8.4 overs gone, and 24.4 overs gone in Australia innings. 79 for 4. I think I'll stay with you up until half past.
When lunch is taken.
Yeah, and then I'll head off and because I haven't eaten dinner. I haven't eaten dinner yet. So
okay.
Probably go and
sure.
do that.
Sure. But I think college football has nothing on NASCAR race names.
No, like the Goody's Headache Powder 600 and there's
something like that. Yes.
Garage, yeah. It's all sponsorship. It's all who's going to be. There's a balloon and. I don't think is that Joel Wilson? I think he's going to pop it. Is he going to pop it? Is he going to be a party pooper and pop this? He's like, what do I have in my pocket that's sharp? He doesn't have anything. He's like, oh, is he gonna bite it? Is he gonna try? What is he doing? He's trying to like undo. There it is. It's gone now. I mean, look, he got the job done, but it did look kind of funny. I don't know. Maybe he was trying to get with the balloon. I don't know. Last ball of the Siraj over comes in. It'll be a maiden for him as Smith has to defend. For a maiden over, there surely was a lot happening as, and now we're getting a replay of the balloon just spontaneously popping. I don't know what happened. Maybe he did bite it, and it just kind of sailed off behind him.
I mean, the umpire should have some nail scissors in his pocket because if the bowling team is unsatisfied with the condition of the seam, the umpire gets out a pair of scissors and can clean up the seam with that pair of scissors. He was taking out something, and now that's Michael Goff, and I think he is trying to open the knot, and now it popped. Yes. I don't know why he didn't take out his scissors for that one. Don't know.
Reddy continues, and he's going to get taken all the way to the third man boundary for 4 by Bo Webster. And Webster goes to 22. It's been a long time in between drinks for Bo Webster, but he finally picks up his third boundary on his 40th ball. And let's see where this one ended up. It was a short delivery and right at his navel level and just guided away in between the slip and the gully. And a 4. As they only had, it looks like they only had a couple of slips in for him. And the Richies are happy because he has gone to 22.
Yes,
And
22.
Australia 82. Second ball from Reddy will come into Webster, and this time it's in on his fist. He'll take a single out of this. Good job by Webster to find the bat. Now we're getting an extended look at the Richies, and I feel like I kind of want to do that one here. Just get out the cream, the bone, the white, the ivory, and just kind of do that. And it looks like super fun.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could drink the amount of alcohol that would be needed to do that, but as Reddy goes back to his mark for his third ball as Steve Smith stands in. He's 25 off of 52. Ball comes in, and that one is tickled to the onside, but right to a short fielder. There is no run. Reddy is bowling a little bit slower. Sorry, Leigh. He's bowling a little bit slower at a 1-2-6.
Yeah, and I didn't pay too much attention, but I remember a few years ago the Richies all had inflatable Channel 9 microphones, supersized inflatable Channel 9 microphones that must have been promotional gifts from Channel 9 at some point. Are they still having those?
They do have them, and I don't know if those are real or those were homemade. As driven down the ground this time goes Smith. Let's see if they have a man straight back behind the bowler. The answer is no, and Steve Smith picks up a boundary to go to 29, and so Smith gets his third boundary, and once again the Richies waving their microphones in approval. 29 off of 54 as Reddy comes in. This is a back of a length this time, and this one was drubbed into the ground by Steve Smith, and that too had a lot of carry along the ground. It spent probably about 90% of its journey to the boundary rolling along the grass as he goes to 88, or they go to 88 for 4. And now the fifth ball of the over comes in. This one is cut away, and this one is another. It's back-to-back 4s by Steve Smith. And all of a sudden, he's starting to accelerate a little bit. That's now 13 runs given up this over, the third boundary. That is the fourth for Smith. He goes to 33, and Australia 92 for 4.
Yeah, and I think the Indians will. Will they look to Jadeja for a quick over or two before lunch, just to stem the flow of runs a bit? They actually might do.
I think that's not a bad idea as this one comes in and it will end on a dot ball, but Reddy gives up 13. He's none for 16 after 3, and Steve Smith now on 9,995 test runs.
Ooh.
By the way, he is in 4th behind Ponting, Border, and Steve Waugh. He won't catch Steve Waugh anytime soon unless he ends up with 1,000 runs, but he is 5 runs away from the 10,000 run mark, and be interesting to see if he has it while I'm on the commentary.
It would be a great moment.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I've called a half century and a century in minor league cricket this season, and Ravi Jadeja is actually coming in the bowl. Looks like now for the first time. Gajanan Singh got, in fact, was it Gajanan Singh? No, Gajanan Singh got the 50. It was Chandrapal Hemraj, who used to play for the West Indies back in the day, who got a 108, which ended up being the second highest innings. So a bit of spin here from Jadeja, and there is no run as Webster defended away. Was he the one that you said they should bring in?
Yes. I think Jadeja has been relatively economical thus far in the series.
Well, Webster tried to sweep him to third man, or to fine leg rather, and able to get 2 runs off of it. Yeah, I think this is a good move. I think with just 10 minutes to lunch,
Exactly.
uh, I think they need to. You're right, and I think if nothing else, if they slow the run rate down before the break, that's a win. By the same token, I think if you get a wicket here, I think it really, really kind of sets them in, as this one is pulled to the onside, and this one will come through. It looks like they're going to pick up 2 more here. As jogging back for the second is Webster, who now goes to 27. So Jadeja has given up 4 runs off of 3 balls. Australia 96 for 4, and this partnership again, the Aussies began today. 9 for 1, and this one is it was stopped, I believe, by Virat Kohli, who had to dive forward and put his body on the line, and he worked it back in. Already they're going for it. Or rather, Jadeja coming in again, and Webster pulled it to the onside. This over is moving very quickly. 1 ball left in it, and Australia 96 for 4 as Webster stands in one more time. Jadeja left arm round the wicket and defended to the onside. There is no run. Jadeja gives up 4 off his first over. Webster 27, Smith 33. He's 5 runs away from the 1,000. 27 complete. Australia 96 for 4. They trail by 89.
Yeah, Jadeja overs tend to go by very, very quickly. He is Jared Kimber once described him as a wind-up toy spinner, and he can get the overs in no time. And he tends to be relatively economical. So I think it's the right move to stem the flow of runs before the break, and then hope that after the 40-minute lunch break there will be some more opportunities for the pace bowlers to take some quick wickets to make breakthroughs, because that's what tends to happen. The wickets fall after breaks in play, after the intervals like lunch and tea or drinks maybe.
Worth mentioning is they just popped the stats up. He would be the quickest to do it, to get the 10,000 runs in Australian history in his 114th match. He also has the highest average at 56. As the first ball comes in, and, well, he's not going to get it here, it doesn't appear, as he carried on into the slips, and Steve Smith is gone. And that is a huge breakthrough for India, as now they are 5 down, or the Australians, and it's going to be Krishna who gets it in as he started his 5th over. He gets a wicket. Steve Smith will not get his 10,000th run, at least in this innings. And the Aussies in all sorts now. They're 96 for 5. It was a thick outside edge, and just drops into the man. They only had one slip in. And you could give it to KL Rahul, who now has his 3rd catch of the innings after he caught Khawaja yesterday on the final ball of the day. He caught Travis Head earlier, and now Steve Smith departs. 33 runs, 57 balls, 4 fours, and a 6. But the Aussies 96 for 5, and I'll tell you what, Leah, that is now it's really up to Parry and Webster. They need to put on a big partnership because they can't rely on the tail to pick them up here.
No, they can't. Bumrah is in fine form here in this innings, and I think something like in the second Australian innings at the MCG will not happen again here, or at least the Australians can't rely on it happening again. They have a spectacular tail, the Australians, I think, and you can't have something like the second innings in Melbourne. You can't rely on that. Not with Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland in your tail.
You can't. And here is the former draft pick of the Greater Western Sydney Giants, Alex Carey, who will come in at number 7. Well, you didn't expect them to be at number 7 this early in the first session of day 2. His first ball from Prashid will come in, and that one just sails over the top of the stumps. There is no run, and yeah, I'm just trying to see what the signal was there. Smith was signaling, and you'll see it in a moment, Leah. I don't know. I don't know what he was signaling for. Oh, I think there was movement going on behind the sight screen, and yeah, that one carried to KL Raul. But yeah, and you know what? I don't know that you can. I mean, you can't really chalk this, I think, to impatience. As another dot ball by Prashid. Now my feed has, after being fine for a minute, it's ground to a halt. There we go. No, there's no. So 3 dot balls essentially on the wicket to Smith. You can't really chalk this up to impatience because I don't think there was an awful shot. I think it was a good ball, but I think unfortunately you can't build much of a foundation on sand, and that was the issue here.
Yeah,
they didn't have really much to go with. As Prashid's fourth ball of the over comes in, and Carey does an offer at it. There's no run. 2 balls remaining on the 28th over. I believe the way we're going, we may have 1 over left before lunch.
Yes, I think so as well.
And that would be. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, especially if they use Jadeja again.
Yeah. Oh, if they use Jadeja, you might end up with 2 overs.
Yep.
And I think that might be Mrs. Smith who went. I'm going to take a guess and say that was Mrs. Smith. Steve Smith, by the way, as Prashid comes in around the wicket. Oh, nice stop in the field. Once again, I believe Virat Kohli was there, who has been throwing himself around like a rag doll to stop some of these. Steve Smith, a member of the Washington Freedom, who are the champions of Major League Cricket this past July. And, of course, the winner from season 1 was the New York Buzzsaws. I refuse to refer to them by their real name. As Prashid will finish his over. And he'll come around the wicket to Carey, who found that one right up in his nipples, and he defends that one to the onside. And there is no run. A wicket maiden for Prashid, who is 1 for 21 after 6. And Prashid now with his that is his second maiden.
Yes.
His first wicket maiden. And 96 for 5, and we think 1 over left until tea, especially if Jadeja will come in.
Yeah, I think so. Apparently, or according to Cricinfo, the clock has ticked over, but it is still not lunch according to Cricinfo because they still say live at the top of the page. So I think we will get another over, and yeah, I can imagine that they will persist with Jadeja here.
As yep, no, they're not going with Jadeja. That's somebody else.
Siraj.
It is Siraj. Yep, and that one is just cut away to the onside, but right to Shubman Gill. There is no run. Yeah, I guess because they're not rushing. They don't need to get another over in. I think they can just kind of take their pace here. So they will have bowled, and I'm curious as to the over rate. That was they had bowled 3 overs yesterday, so they will have bowled 26 overs, which I guess is okay. I guess that maybe a little bit behind, maybe.
Yeah, but there is some leeway you get by taking wickets.
Wickets, and they've taken. I was going to say they've taken 4 today, and that one just hit to fine leg. Just not terrible fine leg, just more kind of like finish lip. But there is a 1 run as Webster now goes to 28. 4 balls left until lunch, we think. So yeah, there's no hurry here, and they can do that as. Tell you what, yeah, as a friend of mine would say, absolutely atrocious weather for this. I'll tell you what, it's better weather than we have here in Philadelphia. I believe they were calling for about 2 inches of snow on the ground. Ooh. And I think we'll get that. We're supposed to get another couple of inches on Monday, which will make my commute to work kind of interesting. But all is when such as it is. So third ball of the over from Siraj, who is bowling a right arm over the wicket and dabbed down to the offside by Carey, who plays a defensive shot, no run. 3 balls left until lunch. Australia 97 for 5. They began the day 9 for 1 after Usman Khawaja was dismissed on the last ball of the over of the innings rather yesterday, and then Labuschagne went down. It was a 15 for 2. Costas went down 35 for 3. Head went down a couple of balls later, 39 for 4. And then Steve Smith, after he and Webster were putting together a decent partnership, as this one is cut away by Alex Carey. Those are going to be his first runs and his first boundary. Good shot by Alex Carey to finally bring up the 100 for the Aussies. They are 101 for 5. It happens on the 4th ball of the 29th over. And a good shot by Carey, who has been pretty patient so far, you have to say. And as we take a look at this one again, and right off the proverbial meat of the bat, so the Aussie Wiki gets his first runs off his 7th ball. 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 7. He's only been in for 7 balls. Real patience is something like stuff that Cheteshwar Pujara used to do, being on naught for 50 deliveries in South Africa at one time. I remember that one. That was pretty amazing.
As Carey defended the penultimate ball of this over and we believe of this session. It has ticked now past half past. So this will be the final ball of this session, which you would tend to think would be advantage India with the 4 wickets taken. And as we said, they're essentially down to batters number 5 and 7 with really no recognized batter. Here's the final ball of the session coming in from Siraj. It's defended, and that should do it. And
that is lunch. Yes, I can confirm that is lunch. Yes.
And that'll do it. So Australia, who began the day 9 for 1, had 92 runs, but they have lost 4 wickets. And at the lunch break, they are 101 for 5. And the margin, as we bring it up here, is 84 runs. So, yeah, you would tend to think that India would be the happier of the two sides so far.
At least with the session, I would think they would be the happier side for the session. I think a bit of a concern is the partnership between Webster and Smith, because they were going along relatively well. They scored relatively quickly. They made 57 of 92. And the Indians do not have that many runs to play with, and even though they brought the Aussies 5 down, the margin is still only 84 runs. They will need to take quick wickets after lunch as well to feel on top here, and then they need to get out there and have to. This time the top order will have to make runs for India, one would think, in the second innings.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to need to do. I mean, you're right. It's only 84 runs, but I mean, this is a key partnership. Again, you can't rely as good as the tail is. They can't rely on them. They can't rely on them to do it. So, I'm going to run through the scorecard real quick, and then I'll step aside here for the lunch break. We'll go in order of, as we mentioned, Khawaja went down on the final ball of the 3rd over. They were 2 for 10, or 4-2 for 10 balls. They were 9 for 1. 4th over of the day, and Marnus Labuschagne hit out to Rishabh Pant. Off the bowling of Jasprit Bumrah. That was his 2nd wicket, so Labuschagne was dismissed for 2. They were 15 for 2 at that point. Then Costas started to get a little bit of a flay to him, but unfortunately he caught a thick outside edge, trying to cut the ball away and right into the hands of Yash Jaiswal as Siraj picked up his first wicket. Constance 23 off of 38, and Australia 35 for 3. Then Travis Head came in, and a lot of people got excited about that happening, especially after he got a boundary on his second ball.
Yeah.
But then he did the same thing. He cut away to KL Rahul, and Siraj had his second of the over. And the Aussies found themselves at 39 for 4. Then Steve Smith came in, and him and Bo Webster put on a pretty decent partnership in which they added 57 more runs to the total before Smith, just 5 runs short of his 10,000th Test career run, again got a thick outside edge, just trying to defend the ball, and a good ball by Prashid Krishna, and found Rahul for the third time as Smith was dismissed on 33 off of 57 after getting 4 boundaries and carding a 6. So right now it is Bo Webster, who is 28 not out off of 49 balls, including 3 boundaries. Alex Carey, just the 1 boundary off of 9 balls. There have been 5 sundries, and after 29 overs at the lunch break, Australia 101 for 5. They trail by 84 runs. The bowling figures, it's been the Bumrah and Siraj show. Bumrah 2 for 27 with a maiden off of 9. Siraj 2 for 28 with a maiden off of 10. Prashid Krishna 1 for 21 with 2 maidens, including a wicket maiden off of 6. N.K. Reddy, none for 16 off of 3 overs, and Ravi Jadeja, the only over he bowled, he gave up 4 runs. So that's how we stand at lunch at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yeah. So, thank you very, very much, Brian, for jumping in spontaneously. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, sure.
One of these days, we'll get a chance to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I will. I might ask you. Depends on when we are recording the series review. Would you be interested in joining that discussion?
Depends. It depends on. Yeah, it depends on when.
Yeah, exactly.
With my schedule and everything, but yeah, keep me in mind.
Yes,
it'll be tons of fun.
Okay, so thank you everyone, and I will put on some cricket sickos for lunch entertainment, and see you in about half an hour, 35 minutes, everyone.
Bye. Thanks, Leia.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Seekers podcast. I'm your host Adit, and on the show today we have an honest-to-goodness full-time employee of the ICC, or near enough. He also co-founded the Emerging Cricket Network and has done a bunch of commentary and media for ICC pathway events. I hope you enjoyed my chat with Daniel Beswick. Today's guest is co-founder of the Emerging Cricket Network. It's Daniel Beswick. Thanks for coming on, Bez.
I did. Thank you for thanks for having me, and I'm so grateful to kind of put a face and a voice to the name of someone who's contributed their part to the emerging cricket cause as well. I think well, I'm sure we'll talk about Indonesia and their presence in international cricket, but having your voice and experience within the emerging cricket framework's been invaluable to us, and grateful to kind of share well, between the pair of us, I'm sure a lot of cricket experiences too, sort of cricket nuffies, and willing to just kind of let it flow. It's looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, like I've only written a couple of pieces, hopefully follow-ups coming soon. But anyway, so to start off with, for people who might not be familiar, could you describe what
before it became a cesspool of a social media platform? It was a great way to connect with like-minded individuals and sickos, to use your word, as descriptive word for emerging and associate cricket fans. And I remember sort of being in my rental watching a dodgy stream of, I think it was, we talked about it in the recent emerging cricket pod. Actually, I think it was St Helena Club Cricket that we
Wow.
weirdly found a stream for, and I was tweeting about it, and then Nick was tweeting about it, and
Was St Helena even a member of ICC at the time?
they might have been, but I don't think they were competing in any sub-regional. Come around to it a little bit later in the origin story, but the guy I was tweeting, who is Nick, as we all know, I knew Nick from club cricket growing up, because we grew up not far from each other, and we played at different teams in the same cricket club. But I didn't realize it was that Nick. I just thought it was this guy, this Heliocent cricket, Copernicus cricket, as he's called on Twitter. I was like, okay, this guy, loves emerging cricket as much as I do. And then I'd actually spoken to Tim quite a bit when he was at Hong Kong, because when I was at Fox Sports Australia, I was in the stats department. And when the Hong Kong Blitz was broadcast on Fox, we needed basically all the details we could get of every single cricketer in that competition, because we needed to do the stats input. So right-handed versus left-handed batters, players' names, styles, spin VPs, etc. So I remember reaching out to Tim in various sort of places, and then about a year or two after that, I think Tim just started a WhatsApp conversation with the two of us, because he'd been talking to Nick as well, and he said, "Look, I'm sick of us just talking nonsense on Twitter. Let's actually put our kind of energies into the one project." And it was Tim's idea of emerging cricket. He'd already created the logo as kind of the concept, and the black and red colors that you see now, which have stayed and stuck around the test of time, still very clean looking. And then the pod sort of started pretty early into 2019, and we all agreed to travel to Namibia for World Cricket League 2 that year. It was the last World Cricket League 2 event. It might have even been the last World Cricket League event before it moved to the new system, as we now know as the Challenge League and League 2 in that framework. And so we all decided to go, started the website, started the podcast. We got thrown onto some of the commentary streams as well, just because we were there. We met up with Bertus de Jong and Peter Della Penna and Andrew Leonard, who people obviously know from around the traps. And it just sort of kind of kicked on from there. And it was just, it was essentially a passion project that we started. We felt that associate cricket was criminally undercovered by obviously the bigger agencies, although Peter and Bertus had obviously been doing stuff in some regards with the bigger sort of cricket media outlets of note. And the ICC had done parts through media releases, but they hadn't really had a big editorial footprint, at least at that point. So we found a bit of a niche in that and a little bit of growth. And then when COVID obviously tore everyone's life apart, we were able to kind of focus on some niches and get some people in who we wanted to talk to and build. And now 6 years later, I'm proud to say that we've produced almost 250 shows, podcasts, or whatever you want to call them, audio pieces of content, I guess. And we've had contributors from all over the world, yourself doing stuff in regards to Indonesia. We've had people covering cup match in Bermuda, for instance. And I think we'll probably get to kind of like a little bit later, but a lot of people who have contributed for emerging cricket have gone on and done some pretty cool things at different outlets as well, and sort of helped their cricket career be shaped by contributing to emerging cricket. And I suppose just to come back around to the Nick story, he was Copernicus Cricket on Twitter, and I'm there talking to this guy, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then sure enough, the light bulb moment strikes, and it's this guy that I've actually known around the club circle and around the traps at Narara Wyoming Cricket Club for like 6 years, and never even put sort of two and two together. So it was kind of funny, maybe just, I know, talking about faces to names and stuff like that. It was just strange that his persona was maybe different to what I imagined. I'm not too sure, but that's how it was kind of all started. And thankfully neither well, I don't think Nick and Tim want to kill me, but I don't want to kill either of them. So things have gone okay.
Yeah, it's amazing how such a global project kind of started from three blokes from New South Wales.
Yeah, after all that, yeah, Cuts was like sort of the other side of Sydney, and then yeah, Nick and I were basically a 15-minute drive up the road, and we're covering no Australian cricket in this sort of guise
Yeah.
whatsoever. So yeah, it's all quite strange. It sort of sums up emerging cricket in some ways.
Yeah. So just kind of looking at the goal of emerging cricket, why do you think coverage of the associate game is important? And how much of the gap in coverage is bridged by things like emerging cricket and I guess star sports, for better or worse? Yeah, what kind of role do platforms like that play in bridging that gap?
I think the big thing for me was it was a bit of a numbers game in that, look, you've got over 100 members of the ICC, but for some reason, historically, and you know, if you go back in time long enough to find how it's done, you can see how it's occurred. But the way that the coverage and the attention has just obviously been centered on the full members, and that goes back with Commonwealth and colonial connotations as well. And for me, I think the thing that originally drew me to associate cricket was there was a little bit of novelty to it. Like I remember watching the 2003 Cricket World Cup and seeing Namibia for the first time, and Namibia were also in the Rugby World Cup in the same year. So they actually captivated quite a bit of my attention that particular year. And guys like, and stories like Rudy Van Vuren, who is a guy that I played in both of those tournaments, and was lucky to talk about that with him briefly actually earlier this year, because was it last year? No, it was this year. His son playing in the under-19 tournament now. So I think at first it was the novelty, just seeing some different faces. Obviously the idea of an underdog, I think, like as an Aussie, like it's the underdog story is sometimes a great one. It's one of the great narratives in sport, to see a David beat a Goliath, and the emotions that bring. And I think it probably stems from, Australia being almost stuck a little bit in an inferiority complex, maybe with the UK, and the Ashes has always been, the motherland against Australia. And maybe it's kind of a similar thing. And just seeing guys over the years who, historically through funding and through opportunity aren't dealt the same hand as, the full member cousins, and to see them succeed once in a while was great. But then to actually dig a little bit deeper and find out, how guys got into cricket in, playing cricket in emerging countries, and just seeing, where the development lies in what can be done if we provide a little bit more coverage and attention. Because, I think it's strange. I kind of go back to when, I started playing cricket as a kid, and like the sound of the ball hitting the middle of your bat the first time is just it's still a memory that I have, like in my junior cricket days. And actually it's kind of fitting. It was the first time I remember middling a good hard 142 gram. It would have been at that stage because I was a bit younger, but middling a cricket ball off the bowling of Chad Soper, who fiddly has gone on to play cricket for Papua New Guinea, it kind of sticks in my memory. But that's the thing you remember as a kid. And I think if you can just, I don't know, I just, for some reason, when I put together stuff for emerging cricket, when we talk emerging cricket, I just think of the kid in Uganda who might be picking up a cricket bat for the first time, and seeing, in 15 years' time, that kid may be listening or watching or reading some coverage from emerging cricket, comes onto the scene as a really important player for Uganda, or just creates a bit of a presence just through that presence. I think it kind of sort of is in line when we talk about, say, coverage in women's sport in 20, in the modern age, where, women's football in particular has been, and women's cricket in Australia has just seen such an exponential growth in the last, say, 20 to 25 years, because the platform has been put in place of coverage, the whole you can't be what you can't see thing. I think that's kind of what when I'm sort of putting together sort of emerging cricket things, that's what I'm hoping to kind of spur on. It might feel, or it might kind of sound a little bit ambitious, perhaps is probably the right word, but it's only got to be one person. The classic line that someone says, if I can change one person's life by doing what I do, like we can do that with dozens of people. Just trying to find a collective space where people are trying to find like-minded people. Like, just thinking as an example, two Argentinian kids or say two Brazilian kids in Pocas de Caldas who, there's a little bit more cricket presence in the country now because there's historical connotations to old sort of cricket-like sports that have been played, but there's also a hotbed of like-minded people and kids wanting to play cricket because there's a collective push between people. It's about sort of doing something that's a little bit bigger than ourselves, and I think emerging cricket was a great way to kind of galvanize a lot of people and a lot of ideas into one spot. And that's sort of our kind of continued outlook in terms of looking to provide and to help with that growth of the game.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk. I kind of want to get into your thoughts about like the impact that emerging cricket and other platforms have already had. But yeah, by the time this episode comes out, we'll already have an episode with Sean Tucker, who is a very frequent contributor to emerging cricket, and he was talking about how when he got into contact with, I think, the DCB, which is the German Cricket Board, that was on the back of an ICC Global Council or whatever that might be called, and that the leaders of the DCB were kind of expecting someone from including from emerging cricket to cover it, and what that makes me think is that even though none of this is, strictly speaking, professional journalism, it still legitimizes the work of the cricket boards outside of the full members. Is that would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's a strange one. I think, whether rightly or wrongly, I think in terms of emerging and associate boards, I think there's a bit of a catch-22 element to this, but sometimes the boards historically, in that they haven't always put a big emphasis on their own media coverages and things like media releases. I mean, that's how a lot of news is broken. It's actually by organizations themselves putting out a press release and putting their own name out there, so the press can actually come in and help not only deliver the story, but actually ask more questions about what's actually going on. I think.
And why do you think that is?
Well, I think, yeah, as again, to kind of bring it back to the whole idea of it being a bit of a catch-22, is that with the ICC funding that's divvied out and the lack of money that a lot of boards get, there probably hasn't been a great resource for a lot of these members to actually put together a strong media presence in their own right. And it was actually one of the reasons why emerging cricket started, is because we knew that the funding for a lot of these members made it impossible to actually almost create a digital arm of their own organization to promote their own content. I think the minimum sort of annual distribution for an ICC member at the bottom end of the scorecard is something like $30,000 US, which is peanuts. I mean, that's less than one person's annual salary probably to operate. So for them, it becomes really hard. And I think from emerging cricket standpoint, it was us trying to get out there and say, look, like, we're here. If you've got a story, let us know, because I mean, it's as much as we love having eyes on just about everything, we obviously can't make things up, and we can only see scorecards, match streams. Like, it's actually really hard sometimes to dig in and dig deeper when you actually don't know where to start. And I remember when we started emerging cricket, it was Tim basically. And it helped because he was obviously at that stage a former CEO of an international cricket board. Of course, he's now taken the Vanuatu CEO job and has been there for over 3 years now. But with the experience in Hong Kong, he had contacts obviously in the Asia region, and then of course other members through the annual conference that they have and the contacts he makes. So all of these members talk to each other, but there was never really an avenue of them talking to anyone on the outside. And yeah, there's us and there's Stars and there's Star Sports. I think one of the idea that imitation is the greatest form of flattery is probably, that's how I sort of feel when I look at a lot of other associate cricket platforms begin and are
Mm.
born. And I think one thing that I actually take a lot of comfort, well, not comfort, but I actually feel really proud about is that it looks as if to the outside, while we are trying to basically, we're like the duck on the water. We're probably kicking
Mhm.
really hard underneath the water, but
Mm.
I think on the surface and to the public, we probably look pretty calm and I'd like to say a pretty well rounded and organized organization in the way we look from the outside. I think a lot of people have been inspired to do their own thing, and that's great because that means there's competition, and with competition that brings the competitiveness that comes between multiple sort of, let's call them, players in the market. It
Yeah.
means that everyone's kind of spurred on to do
Yep.
a little bit better and to go that little bit further. So yeah, I think that's probably one thing that I've taken out of what emerging cricket has done in the sort of media landscape of emerging cricket. I think there's a lot of guys who cover, a lot of men and women who cover, say, their own sort of territories. I think of Jersey and BBC coverage and South China Post. I think it's the name of the paper, or the SMCP
Yep.
in Hong Kong, for instance. They're quite prevalent in cricket coverage, and to have contacts through those. Paul Radley at the National in UAE is probably a great example as well. It's been able to kind of galvanize, to kind of put together all these contacts and to kind of share the coverage a little bit, because I mean, I think Peter Delapenna said it really well on a podcast that we had with him, is the rising tide floats all boats.
Absolutely.
And like, for someone like Peter Delapenna, it would have been actually, to some people, it might have been quite off-putting when emerging cricket started. And Peter Delapenna, who's been on the beat at all these World Cricket League tournaments for years and years and years, he's seen these three guys rock up and be like, oh, here we go. Three more people trying to cover associate cricket. But if anything, it was the opposite. Peter was great. We shared a lot of ideas between us. And I think ultimately we sort of lifted the profile, or we helped put the pieces together in helping lift the profile of associate cricket a little bit more. And I'd like to think that maybe some of our coverage has helped in some of the decision making of events. That might be a little bit too bold to say, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to help put together arguments and to build on that coverage. We did the global game for the ICC for a point there, and I think it sort of helps the conversation of emerging cricket, because to kind of bring it back to the previous question, you can have two individuals who love the game, but if you put them together and they realize, oh, okay, there's someone else in Nigeria who loves cricket. Like this is a nice little sort of gathering spot for everyone to kind of jump in. The one thing that would probably counter that is, well, with things like X falling to the ground and us all jumping over to Blue Sky and finding new places to kind of talk about cricket, it can kind of be diluted a little bit like that in that regard. But yeah, I'd just like to think that Emerge in helping sort of push that collective effort of associate cricket further into public consciousness. And there's been so many other people who have done a great job in their own right too, and we've sort of jumped on board and had them help as well. I think of guys like not just Burtis and PDP, but the Andrew Nixons of the world who have just been there clamoring, fighting tooth and nail on whatever social platform he can find to just hammer the point in, like just to
Andrew Nixon
kind of
was
help.
EC before EC.
He was him and Russ and their Russ Degnan and their podcast was kind of what sort of led to what emerging cricket became. We saw that, okay, well, there's the concept. What can we do to kind of help the conversation, to help the discourse?
Yeah, and because ultimately, no matter what kind of platform any one person writes for or makes content for, ultimately we're on the same team. And yeah, kind of referencing something that I talked to with Russ Degnan when I had him on. I guess this is kind of pitching associate writing for people who might want to write about cricket but might not know where to start or might be looking for ideas. Something that Russ and I talked about was, if you write about associate nations, A, they are hungry for coverage, most of them. B, there won't be necessarily a large audience, but the people who will read it are administrators and the journalists, and they're people actively involved in running the game. Yeah, can you kind of comment on that?
Oh, I think that's absolutely spot on. I think that's been one of the real joys of emerging cricket. We know that people are really willing to tell their story. Having sort of gone to World Cups, especially because it's a good sort of yardstick to compare this with. But generally speaking, the better the team, the harder it is to really get anything out of them, and that kind of comes with the success. Obviously they get there's you can argue that they get more attention, and it's very easy for them to say no to some people. I can tell you now that like the high end full members at global events are, outside of a couple of exceptions, they're really hard to really get a hold of and be like, look, like this is this idea that I want to do, because quite frankly, they don't really need your coverage. Really, they can almost run in their own right. I think the one big exception is I've got so much love for South Africa and the way that they operate, because they're a really high end full member in some regards, but in other regards, they've really struggled, and they've had these unbelievable media managers that I've dealt with, and I've been able to sit down with some really world class international players, and it's just such a breath of fresh air. Like they almost have this associate, the good associate mindset at that really high level of the game, whereas you get some of the opposite. I can tell you, you don't have to sort of work out. It doesn't take a genius to work out who are historically hard to cover. But I can tell you now that the Australian women's team, like during COVID at the women's Cricket World Cup in 2022, were almost impossible. And COVID was, I could say COVID was, you could say COVID was a reason, but also COVID was probably the excuse as well, where, it was really hard to even get an eye on a net session, for instance, or, when we were in the press conference, they didn't want to be there. They were all masked up. The social distancing was obviously a thing, but, things were kind of kept to one question only and all of that, because they kind of can. But to bring it back to the second point that you bring up with administration, that's 100% true in my case as well. We've been able to kind of sit down with Will Glenwright in the development team at ICC, and I think one of the things that I've kind of learned, not only talking to him, but also kind of being able to peel the sort of steel curtain away a little bit and to sort of see not the inside of the ICC, but to see how they kind of operate. They're desperate. Some of them are just as desperate to kind of help the cause in their own right as well. What I think people forget is that because the ICC is actually an organization that is supposed to be run or be dictated by its members rather than being a quote unquote governing body, it's meant that the really big powers of international cricket basically can control the history. History is written by the winners and the rich, quite frankly. And the way that international cricket has gone in the last 10 to 15 years has been dictated by the rich boards. There's no two ways about that. And you will meet so many people at the ICC who have a really great cosmopolitan global outlook on the game. But the stark reality is it's not really on them to make the decision of what works. I mean, I look at the Cricket World Cup Super League folding as probably the greatest example of that, right? Where the ICC wants that product because they want more context of one-day international cricket. It's not them saying we're not running this anymore. It's basically the bigger boards who say, well, look, we're not going to make any money on a home bilateral series playing the Netherlands in Hobart in September. And but at the same time, like when you're being funded that much money by the ICC, how much money from TV do you need? And all the national boards should really be clamoring for as much international cricket as they can get now, because quite frankly, the proliferation of T20 cricket's only going to make it lean more towards all the players and everyone really wanting to be connected to franchise cricket. And it's another way for your national board to make money. But to keep international cricket relevant, it's vital for a national board, because you look at, say, South Africa and the SA20, they've essentially become rent seekers in their own country, where they've outsourced all their T20 cricket to rich India IPL franchises, and they've foregone international cricket. That's their product. Like that's their premier international. That's their premier cricketing product is international cricket. So this is where I think we've kind of reached an interesting time in cricket's history where we're going to see obviously the franchise cricket come more into it, but to kind of bring it back, to have coverage akin to emerging cricket or
Mm.
for emerging members especially, but even looking to bigger media organizations covering cricket, that's how the national boards.
And we are back, everyone. Hello, welcome back to the post-lunch session. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay, so, well, thank you again to Brian Barish for spontaneously hopping on for the first session. That was a pleasure. Thank you very, very much for being here with us, Brian. Yeah, everyone, I hope you enjoyed the lunchtime entertainment. That was an episode of the Cricket Sickos podcast. You can find that on YouTube by looking for Cricket Sickos. You can also follow Adit on Blue Sky. That's the bottom of the Blue Sky handles on your screen right now. Yeah, everyone. We are having a lot of clicks for this one. So if you are new, if you are not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing, because we will see this test through here on this channel live, and we will also do a series review after the series is all done. And I have guests lined up for that. Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, The Story of Indian Spin Bowling, Abhishek Mukherjee, co-author of Jared Kimber's latest book, and possibly, if time permits, Brian and Adit from Indonesia as well. So a truly global panel, because I am, of course, in Germany. So a very global panel for a series review. So, what happened today? Today, the Australians started the day on 1 for 9 after they bowled out India for 185 on the first day. Usman Khawaja fell late on the first day, the only Australian wicket to fall, as they had to navigate around 15 minutes before stumps on day one. The Indian bowlers then got on top of the Australians for a bit, as 3 quick wickets fell. Then debutant Bo Webster and Steve Smith stabilized the innings for Australia for a bit. They made 50 plus runs, 57 of 92 deliveries to stabilize the Australian innings a bit. But then Prasid Krishna, who looked a bit out of sorts at the beginning of the session, came through for India with a breakthrough, dismissing Steve Smith 5 runs short of his 10,000 test runs. And the Australians will have to continue or have to resume after lunch on 101 for 5. Bo Webster and Alex Carey are the batsmen out in the middle for the Australians. And that is basically the last 2 recognized batsmen. Only, in air quotes, Pat Cummins, who can score a few quick runs, no doubt about that. But there's only Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Scott Boland left in the hutch for the Australians. And at least Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland are definitely tail enders. Scott Boland's batting average, I think, is lower than Glenn McGrath's. So Dan Liebke identified that Glenn McGrath batting average as being indicative of being a hopeless batsman. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go and listen to the Ridiculous Ashes podcast. And I think it was in the 1981 series about Terry Alderman being the hopeless tailender or hopeless number 11 in the 1981 Ashes side of the Australians. For Botham's Ridiculous Ashes. So, yeah. If you don't know what all that means, it's perfectly fine. Go look for the Ridiculous Ashes podcast and listen to the 1981 series of that. As the players are making their way out into the middle, the Indians lead the way, and now there is who is that? The Australians are coming out, the Australian batsmen coming out to the middle as well. Bo Webster will take strike as the Australians trail by 84 runs. Yeah, Bo Webster is taking strike. He is on 28 of 49. I don't yet know who will bowl for India first thing after lunch, because on the scoring ribbon there is still Prasidh Krishna, who has bowled 6 overs. He has figures of 1 for 21. And yeah, apologies, we didn't really read out the social media interactions because it was a bit of a it was a bit spontaneous that Brian came on, but now that everything is back to normal, or well, I'm doing it solo again, so everything is under my control. So if you have any suggestions, any thoughts, any predictions, any opinions, maybe some controversial opinions, you can always send them to the Blue Sky handle at linuxlear.bsky.social, or you can just use the YouTube chat and I will get to that between overs. As Prasidh Krishna now continues, he bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Webster, who defends it into the offside. It is fielded by Krishna. Let's have a look at the field. There were slips in place. Is there also a gully? Couldn't really see that from the angle. Just now, as we are seeing close-ups of Nitish Kumar Reddy. So, okay, there are 2 slips. There is a gully. There is cover in place as Prasidh Krishna continues right arm over the wicket. This one defended by Webster, but this time into the onside, and there is again no run. Australia remain on 101 for 5, still trailing by 84 runs. Bumrah is looking very content. He's grinning and smiling. He led the way for the Indian bowlers. That is for sure. But Mohammad Siraj and Prasidh Krishna also chipped in thus far for the Indians. And I think the Indians will look for a quick wicket here after lunch. Will confirm that the Indians are well on top in this match. In comes Prasidh Krishna again and defended again by Webster into the offside. There is no run. Krishna is pitching it up a bit. This one is fuller than the last few deliveries have been. Webster defense maybe doesn't look that technically correct, but it looks effective. He keeps Krishna out thus far after lunch. 4 dot balls. 15 wickets have been taken in the match. 286 runs have been scored. So the average per wicket is 19.06. And another very, very significant thing is that the Indians were scoring very, very slowly for large parts of their innings. As the final delivery of Prasidh Krishna's over breaks the shackles for the Australians. The first runs scored after lunch, and it is a boundary by Webster. So the Australians move on to 105 for 5. Let's see if anyone is with us, either on Blue Sky or on YouTube. For some reason, something like Trending Topics World liked your post, and it's just the announcement that we are back for the post-lunch session. We seem to be on top of things on YouTube. Once again, remember, if you are listening and don't want to miss anything, what's happening in the Border Gavaskar Trophy for the rest of this 5th test. Can India level the series, retain the trophy, and keep their slim of the World Test Championship alive? Subscribe to the channel. Also, any likes are greatly appreciated, especially for such a small channel as mine, less than 100 subscribers. Any interaction is gold for me, because that is what the YouTube algorithm values. Jasprit Bumrah is continuing for his 10th over, and he is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey. Angles one across him, there is no run. Bumrah at the top of his mark, and he is waiting for the ball to be thrown to him. Now he comes right arm around the wicket. Carey is on 4 of 10, and he averages 33.16 as he drives that one out towards cover, where it is fielded by, I think that is KL Rahul, who tends to stand at cover for the left-handers this innings. And there is no run, so the Australians remain on 105 for 5. There are 2 slips. There is a gully in place for Alex Carey as Jasprit Bumrah continues right arm around the wicket. In he comes again. And this one is driven square by Alex Carey. And who is that running after it? It is stopped inside the boundary, but the Australians have run a couple. So they move on to 107 for 5. Trailing by 78 runs now. Bumrah figures of 2 for 29 from 9.3 overs. So in he comes again. He stays right arm around the wicket. And this one is chipped back towards the bowler by Carey, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries left in Jasprit Bumrah's 10th over, and I was going to look at some of the bowling figures in this innings. Bumrah and Siraj, both of them have taken 2 wickets, and based on the economy, one would actually say that Mohammad Siraj is the pick of the bowlers here for the Indians. After all, Bumrah being the spearhead, basically, and Mohammad Siraj being quietly effective, as Alex Carey finds the boundary at deep backward square leg for 4 runs to end Jasprit. No, it's not the end. It's the 5th delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 10th over. Australia move on to 111 for 5 though, and and 1 more delivery left in Bumrah's 10th over. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's over coming in now, right arm around the wicket, and this one is played by Carey out to mid wicket where it is fielded, and there is no run. Australia 111 for 5, trailing by 74 runs. As we are seeing that cut shot from Alex Carey in that matrix spin around 180-degree freeze frame effect. Prasidh Krishna is to continue, but it looks like Jasprit Bumrah is going off the field, and apparently his speeds were down a bit during that last over. Maybe he doesn't feel that well. Well, mid on, mid off, cover, slips, deep square leg in place for Prasidh Krishna as Webster squirts one out into the offside towards point. It is fielded by the fielder coming around from cover, and there is no run. And I think the broadcaster missed a delivery there. 2 dot balls to begin Krishna's 8th over. Clipped off his legs by Webster, and it is fielded at mid-wicket by an Indian fielder that I can't make out. There is a single taken though, so the Australians move on to 112 for 5. 73 the deficit now. Alex Carey brings up his double figures with that final boundary, or with that boundary of the 5th delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 10th over. He's on strike now, 10 of 15. Webster on the other end is 33 of 58. He put on the biggest partnership in the Australian innings so far with Steve Smith. And Prasidh Krishna comes right arm around the wicket, and this one is bowled down the leg side. Alex Carey looks to play a leg glance at that, but he misses it. Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. There is a bit of an appeal by Rishabh Pant, but I don't think that Alex Carey got anything onto that. It definitely didn't catch the bat. If it got anything, it was the gloves, and no one is interested enough to review the decision. As Prasidh Krishna continues right arm around the wicket, this one is defended back into the pitch by Alex Carey into the offside, and there is no run as Prasidh Krishna fields it himself. So 31.5 overs gone. The Indians have been bowling relatively quickly. They can't be that far behind the over rate. They bowled 3 overs yesterday, I think. This is the 3rd over of the post-lunch session, meaning they bowled 26 overs, I think, during the morning session, and there is some provision for wickets falling. So if wickets fall, you don't have to bowl your full 30 overs per session. There is I think 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes per wicket falling that is given to you. So the over rate is adjusted for wickets falling. That's what I'm trying to say. Mohammad Siraj to continue, and he is number 4 on the list of wicket takers in this series. And one significant thing that happened in this innings is that Jasprit Bumrah took 2 wickets, which means he now holds the records for most wickets by an Indian in a series down under. The previous record was held by Bishan Singh Bedi, who took 31 wickets in a single series in Australia. That record has been surpassed by Bumrah, who is now on 32 in this series. Granted, it's a 5-test series, and Bedi, I don't think, played any series longer than 3 tests in Australia. But I could be wrong. I will have to look that up. Maybe later today. And I will absolutely have to look it up, because I think this one is one that will come up during the review show that I will record after the series is done. And Mohammad Siraj begins with 2 dot balls, and this one is driven inside out by Webster, and it is fielded in the deep, and there is a single taken by the Australians. Let's have a look at that again. Inside out square drive. But only a single in that for Webster. So Alex Carey is back on a strike as the Australians are 113 for 5, 72 runs behind the first innings total of the Indians. A total that looked better and better during the morning session. Mohammad Siraj bowling right arm over the wicket, angling one across Alex Carey, who looks to drive at it and is beaten on the outside edge. Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps, and there are hands on head in the slips. Virat Kohli can't believe the luck that Alex Carey is having here. Mohammad Siraj is breathing fire down the pitch in this Australian innings. 2 slips and slashed at by Alex Carey, and this time he finds the boundary at extra cover. And that is another 4 runs for the Australian cause. 117 for 5 now. The deficit is below 120. Is below 70. Sorry, I think it's below 70 now. Indeed, they trail by 68 runs. In comes Mohammad Siraj, final delivery of his over, and this one is defended by Alex Carey. It slips through Mohammad Siraj's hands, but there is backup at mid-on, and there is no run. So, Australia, 117 for 5 after 33 overs. 5 runs coming off this Mohammad Siraj over. who has bowled 11 overs so far in the innings. 1 maiden, 33 runs conceded, 2 wickets taken though. The batsmen for Australia out in the middle are Alex Carey, who is on 14 of 21, and Bo Webster, who is on 34 of 61 balls. So let's have a look at social media. If anyone is with us, if you are listening, please do get in touch via the YouTube chat or via Blue Sky, as Prasid Krishna continues and Bo Webster gets one out into the outfield. This one is a cut shot that is evading. I think that is... Who is that? Is that Washington Sundar? There is protection in the deep though, and the Australians are held to a couple, so the boundary was saved. Next one is defended by Webster back into the offside, and the bowler is fielding that himself. We are seeing Virat Kohli in conversation with KL Rahul. They are standing in the slips. We have mid-on, mid-off cover, deep square leg and slips, and a gully, and there is also deep fine leg. Deep fine leg, that is Washington Sundar fielding about half a meter in from the boundary as Prasid Krishna continues right arm over the wicket, and Webster drives at it. Misses it though, and Rishabh Pant takes it juggling in front of his face. There is no run. Nitish Kumar Reddy is applauding the efforts of his bowling colleagues, as we are seeing an umpire carrying a box walking through the stands. Don't know what's going on there. Fourth delivery is another dot ball, and the Australians remain on 119 for 5. 33.4 overs gone. 2 more deliveries left in Prasid Krishna's 9th over. He has figures of 1 for 28. Webster is on strike. He is 36 of 65. Carey on the other end is 14 of 21. And Krishna comes in again, right arm over the wicket. And that is an attempt at a pull shot by Webster to one that is a bit shorter, but not that far outside the off stump. He misses it completely, and there is no run as Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. He is late on that attempt at a cut shot, and he doesn't step far enough outside his off stump, I would think. In comes Krishna again, right arm over the wicket. This one is on the shorter end of a length and wider outside the off stump, left alone by Webster and taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. There is no run. Australia remain on 195, trailing by 66 runs on first innings. 5 wickets still in hand for the Australians. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Come on, people. Use the YouTube chat. It's always good to have someone to talk to. Makes it much more enjoyable. And granted, it's also a bit easier for me. It's always better if it's a bit of a conversation or a dialogue and not as much a monologue of me babbling into the digital void that is this internet thingy. Anyway, Mohammad Siraj continues. First delivery is a dot ball as Alex Carey is facing him now. So 119 for 5, the Australians. In comes Mohammad Siraj again bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey. Angles one across him. Carey looks to slash at it, misses it, and it is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. As we are seeing again, the most test runs for Australia. In that order, Ponting, Border, Waugh, and then Smith. Waugh is around 930 runs ahead of Smith at the moment. Smith was out earlier today, 5 runs short of his career 10,000 test runs. In comes Mohammad Siraj again after another dot ball, because I think the close-ups that the broadcaster showed us of Smith and Labuschagne omitted the second delivery of Siraj's over, or did it? Anyway, cut shot by Carey that is fielded out in the deep, and the Australians take a single, so they bring up their 120 for 5, trailing by 65 runs now. Webster is back on strike. He's on 36 of 67, and I think that is that's absolutely the highest score in the Australian innings so far. Steve Smith made a 33. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and here's Webster. Beaten all ends up, and too bad he overstepped, so the Australians get another sundry. 121 for 5, the Australians now, as there is a no ball from Mohammad Siraj. So still 3 more deliveries left in his over. The Australians trail by 61 runs as Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Webster. And looks like Webster plays one off the inside edge into his own pads, and there is no run, as the ball dribbles out into the offside in front of the slips. Shubman Gill is shining the ball now for Mohammad Siraj, who is coming in again, right arm over the wicket. There's a mid-wicket, there's a mid-on, there's cover. There are 2 slips, and this one is fielded by mid-on. And the Australians are unable to take a single. So Webster stays on strike. 121 for 5. One more delivery in Mohammad Siraj's 12th over to come. He has figures of 2 for 35. The Australians trail by 64. As in comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket, defended by Webster, back down the pitch, and there is no run. So 35 overs gone. Australia 121 for 5. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. No, doesn't look like it. As we are seeing shots of the Indian dressing room or the staff, there are a lot of laptops, all of them showing some graph or another. There is a lot of analysis going on, obviously, in modern day cricket, not only in T20 internationals or in T20 cricket, but these days also in Test cricket, as Prasidh Krishna continues. He bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, and this one is dug in short, and Carey ducks under it, and Rishabh Pant is taking that way above his head. He can avoid the buys, but that didn't look that comfortable, as Webster is now in conversation with umpire Michael Goff. I don't know if it has anything to do with side screens or stuff like that. Looks a bit like it. In comes Prasid Krishna again. And this one is clipped off his legs by Carey behind square on the leg side. And the Australians have taken a single. Yes. No, it's given us leg buys. Didn't get bat onto that one. It's always a bit hard to see on the television screen, I think. Anyway, 122 for 5. Webster on strike. 2 slips and a gully in place for him as he plays one out to mid-on, and there is no run. So, Bumrah and Kohli now in discussion. Bumrah, who is the captain for this match, after Rohit Sharma has been rested. He is obviously picking the brain of former captain Virat Kohli, as Prasid Krishna is coming in right arm over the wicket, short, and a pull shot by Bo Webster that is fielded at deep square leg, and the Australians take a single. 123 for 5 now, trailing by 62 runs. India have been unable in this to make any more breakthroughs in this session so far. Clipped off the legs of Alex Carey as Prasid Krishna is bowling right arm around the wicket. There is a fielder coming in from a deep backward square leg, and it is fielded, and the Australians are restricted to another single. They are getting closer though. 61 runs, but let's not forget that this is thus far a relatively low scoring match. The next breakthrough or the next wicket, and the Indians will feel relatively confident to dismiss the tail for not that many runs, I think, as Krishna comes in right arm over the wicket, shorter end of a good length and wide outside the off stump and left alone by Webster. 121 for 5. Still 64 runs behind. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like anyone is in the YouTube chat. Come on, people. I know that there are clicks on this video also. Please, if you're watching this and you are not subscribed, consider subscribing to the channel. There is, even though this started as a German language cricket channel, there is now a lot of English language content that I have all pooled into one place for you conveniently in a English language content playlist that you can find on the channel, as Mohammad Siraj is continuing right arm over the wicket to Alex Carey, who drives him through the covers, and there is a boundary there. The Australians move on. Wait a second, is that a replay? No, 128 for 5. Slashed at by Alex Carey as Siraj bowls right arm around the wicket now. Goes through to the keeper. The 20 is up for Alex Carey. Oh, my live ticker has died a bit. Okay, here we are again. We are seeing close-ups of Gautam Gambhir. Siraj continues right arm around the wicket. There are 2 slips in place for Alex Carey, who leaves one alone and there is no run. Australia trailing by 57 runs now. Let's have a look where the Indians were when they lost their 6th wicket. Well, 6 for 120. So, yeah, the Australians are a bit ahead of the Indians there. But it has been a very, very good bowling performance by India in the earlier session, the first session of the day. 4 wickets they picked. And we are now seeing shots of the crowd. It is the pink test in Sydney for the Glenn McGrath Foundation. And apparently, the first 3 days at the SCG have been sold out. Single for Carey. 56 runs the deficit for Australia now. Webster is on strike as Mohammad Siraj continues. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Bo Webster, and this one is jabbed side, and the Australians are running through for a couple. 131 for 5, trailing by 54 now. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 13th over coming up. Can the Australians lower the deficit to 50? Webster taking strike now. There is only 1 slip left for Webster now. There is a gully though, as this one is again fenced out into the offside, and again the result is the same as the delivery before. A couple of runs for the Australians. So Webster brings up his 40. 41 of 76 deliveries now. And they bring their partnership is worth 37 of 60 now. And I think that's the second best partnership. Yes, it is the second best partnership of the Australian innings. End of the 37th over, 133 for 5. And Prasid Krishna is set to continue for his 11th over. He has figures of 1 for 30. Alex Carey is taking strike. He's on 21 of 31. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube. Doesn't look like it. I think we are. I think we are up to date. So, Prasid Krishna, right arm around the wicket to Alex Carey, who defends it high off the bat, back down into the pitch, and there is no run. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue sky. Doesn't look like it. But you can look at my Blue Sky feed. I have just retweeted Adit, who put out a skeet about his new episode of Cricket Sickos as Prasid Krishna continues right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey. And this one is a leg side full toss that evades both the batsman and the keeper, and it runs away down to the boundary, and that is 4 byes. Next one is another dot ball. In he comes again, and this time Prasid Krishna beats Alex Carey's inside edge as he continues right arm around the wicket, and Alex Carey is living dangerously here. We are now seeing a replay. He beats Alex Carey's inside edge and it bounces over Alex Carey's off bail, not by much, and the Indians can't believe that he didn't sneak one through the gate to bowl Alex Carey here. In comes Prasid Krishna again, and next one, he has bowled him. He has taken the wicket. The breakthrough for the Indians is here. Is that a clean bowled, or did Alex Carey get bat onto that? I don't think so. I think he snuck one through the gate again. Clean bowls Alex Carey, who has to go for 21. Yes, indeed. That is a clean bowled. He snucks. He gets one through the gate, beats Alex Carey's inside edge again, and it takes off the off bail, and the Indians have the breakthrough they were looking for so desperately. After Alex Carey and debutant Bo Webster were digging in quite a bit. So Australia 137 for 6, trailing by 48 runs still. And that means that Webster is now joined by his captain, Pat Cummins, should be in at number 8 for Australia. So, it's all happening here, everyone. If you are listening, what are your predictions for this match? Will the Indians be able to take a first innings lead here? Will the Indians be able to take a first innings lead here? Will the Australians be able to wipe out the deficit? Pat Cummins, probably the last player in the Australian lineup that has a substantial score in him. Even though Mitchell Starc can slog a few. I know that. But there's a reason Pat Cummins is batting above Mitchell Starc. Cummins averages 21.28 over the series. He has made 149 runs. And well, the pressure is back on the Australians, I would say. But let's see. Prasid Krishna has one more delivery left in his 11th over, and he bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Pat Cummins. There are 3 slips. There is point, and this one is played out to point by Pat Cummins, and there is no run. 38 overs gone. Australia 137 for 6. Yeah. This is turning out to be a very, very interesting and entertaining match, I will have to say. But the question is, are the Australians making a mistake here by looking to score runs much, much quicker than the Indians did in their first innings? If we are looking at the scorecard, the Australians are scoring at 1 run an over faster than the Indians did in their first innings. And the fact that the Indians went along over the whole innings at 2.55 is largely down to a quick-fire 22 from captain Jasprit Bumrah, as the Indians are going back to spin. Ravindra Jadeja is in. He is bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Bo Webster, who can only push the first 2 deliveries out to point. And there is no run. There is a slip. There is a leg slip in place. Are there any more close fielders in catching positions? No, there is cover though, short cover, and that means there are now 4 dot balls, as Webster is continuing to find Virat Kohli at short cover. And again, this one is fielded at point, and this time the Australians are taking the single. So Patrick Cummins is back on strike for the final delivery of Ravindra Jadeja's second over. Jadeja has taken Cummins' wicket 9 times in tests. He has conceded 79 runs for those 9 dismissals. So one would have to say that Jadeja has the better of that confrontation, or of that of the head-to-head record. Now there is a silly point in play for Pat Cummins, but there is no run of the final delivery of Ravindra Jadeja's second over. So 39 overs gone, 1 run coming off Jadeja's second over. Australia 138 for 6. Let's have a look. Anyone with us? Please do join the con if you are listening to this. Makes it all the more enjoyable, I think. So, Bo Webster is back on strike, and he is facing Prasidh Krishna. 2 slips for Prasidh Krishna as he bowls right arm over the wicket. There is seam movement off the pitch for Prasidh Krishna as Webster shoulders arms, and there is no run. Rishabh Pant has to take a step to his right to gather that one. Australia trail by 47 runs. And again, discussion between KL Rahul and Virat Kohli in the slips. Kohli is resetting the field. He's been doing that a lot during the series. When during the last test in Melbourne, he was doing it because Captain Rohit Sharma seemed not that interested in dispensing his captaincy duties. This time it might be because Captain Jasprit Bumrah has been off the field earlier, or has gone off the field earlier. I don't know if he's back again. 2 dot balls, and now slashed at by Webster and fielded by Shubman Gill in the covers, and there is a single. So Pat Cummins is back on strike. He's on none of 2. There is a fielder coming in. This time he is standing at short leg, I think. Earlier there was a fielder at silly point, but that was... So, in comes Krishna again, bowling right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended by Pat Cummins back towards the ball, and there is no run. He defends that relatively late with an exaggerated backlift, but he gets the bat down in time. If he hadn't, that would have taken his off stump, I reckon. Pat Cummins, this series, he was very close to a 50 in the first innings at Melbourne. He made 49 in the first innings in Melbourne, 41 in the second. Another dot ball here of the penultimate delivery of Prasidh Krishna's 12th over though. Australia remain on 139 for 6 after 39.5 overs have been bowled in their first innings. Final delivery of Prasidh Krishna's 12th over coming up. I think it's Jaiswal at short leg. He has generally been under the lid if there is only one close fielder. If there is a second needed, generally it has been KL Rahul, as Cummins plays one out to backward point and they take a single. So 140 is up for the Australians, trailing by 45 runs. There is movement in the Indian dressing room. Jasprit Bumrah is wearing his trainers and he's following some physios. So unlikely that he will be back on the field in the next few minutes. And now Virat Kohli is in conversation with Ravindra Jadeja, who is set to bowl his third over. Australia 140 for 6, trailing by 45 runs. Jadeja figures of none for 5. There is a silly point in place, but the Australian batsman Patrick Cummins can sneak one past him. It is fielded at mid-off and there is a single. So the Australians rotating the strike. Slip, leg slip for Webster. In comes Jadeja, left arm around the wicket. Glorious cover drive from Bo Webster, and this one has enough legs on it. It reaches the boundary and the Australians move on to 141 for 6 now, trailing by 40 runs. 17 fours, 1-6 in the innings. As we are seeing replays of that cover drive. In comes Jadeja again, still a slip and a leg slip, and this one is played out into the offside, and there is Washington Sundar coming in from long off, fielding it, but he can't prevent the Australians from taking a single. The deficit is below 40 now, as the Australians move on to 146 for 6. 39 the deficit. Cut away towards backward point where it is stopped, but not stopped cleanly, and I think the Australians have taken another single. Yes, indeed they have. So that was Pat Cummins that took another single. Webster is back on strike. Jadeja continues, left arm around the wicket, played out to backward point again. There is no run this time though. Final delivery of Ravindra Jadeja's third over is coming up now. Webster on 48 of 87. Again, dabbed out to point, and there is no run. So Webster on 48 of 88. The 50 on debut is within his reach. Australia 147 for 6 now. And let's have a look if anyone is with us on YouTube or Blue Sky. Please do write in. Makes it much more interesting for me. After we've had the company of Brian Barish for the first session of the day, and thank you again very much for being with us, Brian, making your bescheuertes kurzes Bein debut. I think you haven't been on. No, I'm absolutely certain you haven't been on because you weren't even in the server before that. So we have Prasid Krishna returning for his 13th over. There is a single into the leg side first, the delivery to Patrick Cummins, 148 for 6, trailing by 37 now, the Australians. Webster is on strike, 48 of 88. In comes Prasid Krishna, right arm over the wicket. And this one is short. It is bouncing and it is evading even the keeper, Rishabh Pant. And I think that these are byes as Webster is missing it. Not the finest hour of a Rishabh Pant with the gloves. He had to jump up, but he just doesn't take the ball cleanly with the left glove, and Virat Kohli is running after it from the slips, and there is one bye. Cummins is back on strike. Prasid Krishna coming in, and this one is fended at by Patrick Cummins. It is flying away into the leg side. Rishabh Pant is running after it. There is a fielder from deep backward square leg coming from the other direction, and there is a single in it for the Australians. So they move on to 150. 150 up for the Australians. The deficit is 35 runs. 4 wickets in hand still for Australia. Webster is taking strike. 2 slips and a gully as Prasid Krishna comes right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside by Bo Webster on debut, and there is no run. He is still 2 runs away from a maiden half century on debut. Fifth delivery of Prasid Krishna's 13th over. Webster is on strike. We have 2 slips, we have a gully, there is mid on, mid off, there is cover, in he comes again, and this one is driven to cover, and the Australians run through for a single, so one more delivery for Patrick Cummins to face in the over, and Bo Webster is moving on to 49. Australia trail by 34 runs. Can Bo Webster become the second Australian debutant of the series to make a debut maiden half century? And what is happening here? Prasid Krishna is coming in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Pat Cummins. There is an appeal for LBW, but no one is interested in reviewing the on-field not out decision. And I think it looks like he got an inside edge. Judging by the replay, looks like he got an inside edge, and that brings up drinks. And I will take a short break and be with you very, very shortly. back after drinks, and I think Jasprit Bumrah is heading for scans. The TV picture is showing him in a car leaving the catacombs of the SCG, and I can only assume that he is taken for scans now, as Nitish Kumar Reddy is set to continue. Webster is on strike. He's on 49, one away from a maiden test 50 on debut. Would be the second Australian debutant of the series to make a maiden test 50 on debut. Sam Constas did it before him, and this one is gloriously cut. It is stopped just inside the boundary with the foot by a fielder, and the Australians have run 3. So Bo Webster becomes the second Australian debutant of the series to make a maiden test half century on debut, after Sam Constas did it sorry. The Australians trail by 31 runs, and Bo Webster is 52 not out of 92 deliveries. Next one by Reddy is right arm over the wicket to Pat Cummins, and this one seems away from the right-hander Pat Cummins, and there is no run. Australia 154 for 6. 42.2 overs have been bowled. They are still trailing by 31. And that would be a heavy blow for India if their stand-in captain would miss the rest of the test. Even though in this Australian innings, Mohammad Siraj has also stepped up. He has also taken 2 wickets. There is a single for Patrick Cummins of the 3rd delivery of the over, and that brings Webster back onto strike. As my feed is getting a bit choppy again, now it seems to be back to normal, as we are seeing replays of Bo Webster raising his bat in celebration of his maiden test 50. In comes Nitish Kumar Reddy again, fended at by Webster, and it is stopped by the substitute fielder Erswaran at backward point. There is no run. And we are now seeing again replays of the celebration. 2 more deliveries left in the over. In comes Reddy again. Again stopped by Erswaran at backward point. And again, no run. This time Erswaran didn't have to make a diving stop. It bounced relatively high and he took it in front of his face. There is no run. Final delivery of Nitish Kumar Reddy's 4th over coming up. He has conceded 20 thus far, so an economy of over 5 currently. It will be 5 if he can prevent any runs of the final delivery here. In he comes again, fended at by Webster, misses the outside edge though, and there is no run. So Australia 155 for 6. 4 runs of Reddy's 4th over. The Australians continue to trail by 30. let's have a look at social media if anyone is with us over on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, please do get in touch with the stream. It's always nice to hear from the listeners. What are your expectations? What are your predictions? Any opinions? You can also use Blue Sky on your screen at linuxlia.bsky.social, and I think during the tea break I will also put Brian Barry's Blue Sky handle on the screen. He was with us earlier for the morning session. Thank you again for that, Brian. That was a delightful surprise. I didn't I didn't plan that, but welcome back anytime, Brian. As Mohammad Siraj is bowling, he bowls the first delivery is right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Pat Cummins, and it is wide outside the off stump and beats the outside edge of Cummins, and there is no run. In he comes again, driven at by Cummins and fielded by Eswaran in the offside. There is no run again. We are seeing obviously replays of Jasprit Bumrah talking to Virat Kohli, leaving the ground. Then he's coming out in trainers down the stairs. He's climbing into a car in the catacombs of the SCG. And I'm absolutely certain that he is taken for scans. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, clipped off his legs by Pat Cummins, but fielded by mid-wicket, and there is again no run. Siraj has taken 18 wickets in the series at an average of 30.38. He has figures of 2 for 44 in this match. 3 dot balls to begin his 14th over. Australia 155 for 6, 43.3 overs have been bowled, and in he comes again, right arm over the wicket. Pat Cummins jams the bat down and squeezes that out into the offside. There is no run, 155 for 6. Close-ups of Virat Kohli, who is rearranging his field, the field, I think. He's in conversation with the rest of the team. Now he's shouting at someone. Maybe it's just shouting encouragement at the bowler, Mohammad Siraj. Readjusting his shades. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket, defended back into the pitch and towards the bowler by Patrick Cummins. No run. Australia 155 for 6, still trailing by 30 runs. Cummins on 6 of 17. Webster at the other end with a maiden test half century on debut, 52 of 95. One more delivery left in Mohammad Siraj's 14th over. He has the ball in his hand. He's at his mark, running in, right arm over the wicket, and slashed at by Pat Cummins, but he misses it. It goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and there is no run. So, maiden over for Mohammad Siraj. 14 overs he has bowled, 2 maidens in that, 44 runs and 2 wickets. And I think it will be Nitish Kumar ready to continue. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. looks like we are up to date on the YouTube chat. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue Sky. Doesn't look like it. In comes Nitish Kumar, ready to begin his 5th over, and this one is defended by Webster into the offside. Again, there is no run. Nitish Kumar Reddy is pitching it up a bit. The Australians continue to trail by 30 runs. Well, as the bowler is taking a bit of time, may I remind everyone watching who is not subscribed, consider subscribing and liking this video. Really helps a small channel like mine out. As you can see, less than 100 subscribers as of yet. Cut by Webster, fielded out in the deep at deep backward point, and the Australians, I think, have taken a couple. Yes, they did. Webster moves on to 54 of 97 deliveries, 157 for 6, trailing by 28 runs now. As we are seeing the Indian superfan that travels to every India match, he has got a bit of a new hairdo. He has the outline of India on his head. Everything else is shaved. It is also dyed in the Indian national colors. And let's have a look. There is a pop-up on, I think this is on in my Discord. And History of Everything, who was with us for one of the morning sessions of the MCG test. I don't think there is anything sexier than Pat Cummins driving one to the boundary for 4 down on one knee. Well, depends on your preference, I think. There's also the lazy elegance of Rohit, of chunky Rohit Sharma. Pulling one off his tummy, but yeah, as there it is, Pat Cummins driving one down on one knee through the covers for 4 runs, as Nitish Kumar Reddy is proving to be expensive again in this over. 7 runs from it so far, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look at it. Yes, 7 runs. In comes Reddy again. Right arm over the wicket. And this one takes the outside edge of Pat Cummins, and it is taken by Virat Kohli at first slip, and the Australian captain Pat Cummins has to go for 10. The Australians are 162 for 7. And that should bring Mitchell Starc out towards the wicket, as the Australians are trailing by 23 runs, and Webster is on strike for the next over. That will probably be bowled by Mohammad Siraj. And I congratulate History of Everything. That was a quality jinx. And I will have to rub it in, I think, on the Discord server. Yeah, anyone, if you want to get in touch, or if you want to join the Discord server, get in touch with me on Blue Sky at linuxlea.bsky.social. We have a Discord server, a lot of discussion about world cricket, any series that is going on, really. People from around the world, Australia, the USA, Singapore, the Netherlands, with Indian roots. Obviously, me. We have some Germans as well. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, send me a message on Blue Sky. You are very, very welcome. As we are seeing replays of that Cummins wicket, very, very good reflexes from Virat Kohli to take that one at first slip. It came at him at quite a clip. Very good reflex catch in the slips by Virat Kohli. So Siraj continues to Webster, clipped off his toes, fielded at mid-on, and the Australians take a single. And Mohammad Siraj, for some reason, is squatting down. I don't know why. Of course, he conceded a run, but it also means that the set Webster is off strike, and Mohammad Siraj now has the option or the chance of bowling at Mitchell Starc for probably 2 or 3 deliveries at the very least. Australia 163 for 7, trailing by 22 runs. There is a very offsidey field. There is 2 slips. There is... Oh, let's have a look. No, that one is Webster at the non-strikers end. Very offsidey field. There is cover. There is mid-off. There is point, and there are 2 slips in place for Mitchell Starc. First delivery is a dot ball. Kohli now in conversation with Rishabh Pant as Mohammad Siraj is coming right arm around the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by the left-hander Mitchell Starc, and there is no run. As History of Everything is saying, he was out after I typed it in my defense, after I rubbed it in that was a quality jinx. And yes, that is exactly what a jinx is. If you praise the performance of a batsman in a cricket match, chances are that he will be out about 2 seconds after you finish typing it or hyping him up. And History of Everything also says this pitch has been vicious. Yeah, it's been a bowler's pitch. Let's put it that way. What I find interesting though is the 2 very contrasting approaches to making runs here. The Indians very, very slow their innings has taken 72.2 overs. The Australians are now 46 overs into their innings. They are trailing by 21 runs and are almost 30 overs short of the duration of the Indian innings. So 46 overs gone, Australia 164 for 7, 2 runs coming off that Mohammad Siraj over. As he got an inside edge of the penultimate ball that brought a single to Mitchell Starc. And it looks like Nitish Kumar Reddy will continue his spell as update. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have been taken for scans. So we don't know if it is anything serious. And it looks like Reddy has his man. First delivery of his 6th over. Caught at second slip by KL Rahul. There is a decision by the third umpire and it is given as out. Mitchell Starc is already through the advertising board as the decision is shown on the big screen. He has to go. Caught Rahul, bowled Nitish Kumar Reddy. So that is 2 in 2 for Nitish Kumar Reddy. He is on a hat trick, I think, because the last delivery of his last over, of the previous over that he bowled, was the wicket of Patrick Cummins. And that means that Nitish Kumar Reddy is on a hat trick, and it means that Nathan Lyon will have to face a hat trick delivery, as he is coming in at number 10 for the Australians. But first, there is some consumer information, aka advertisements, on my feed. In comes Reddy for his hat-trick ball. Right arm over the wicket, onto the pads of Nathan Lyon, who whips that off his toes, and he takes a single. So no hat-trick for Nitish Kumar Reddy. A single for Nathan Lyon, who is off the mark first delivery. Webster is back on strike. Australia 165 for 8, trailing by 20 runs. So the Indians will look to dismiss the tail a lot cheaper than they did in Melbourne in the second Australian innings, as Webster rolls his wrists above one, and this one is another single, this time a cut shot. He rolls his wrists over it and keeps it down, fielded, but not before the Australians have completed the singles. So Lyon back on strike. At least the danger of making a pair has been banished. In comes Reddy again, right arm over the wicket. And this one is wider outside the off stump. Lyon leaves it alone, goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. There is no run. Australia 166 for 8, trailing by 19 runs. Lyon chewing his gum, taking guard now. 3 slips in place for him, as well as cover and mid-off. In comes Reddy, left alone by Lyon again. There is no run. 2 more wickets for the Indians to take. 19 runs to pay with for those 2 wickets before the Australians can take a lead. Final delivery of Nitish Kumar, Reddy's 6th over coming up now. Right arm over the wicket, too wide outside the off stump, and Nathan Lyon doesn't have to play at it, doesn't do that, and there is run. 166 for 8. Anyone with us? Let's have a look at social media. I think we are up to date on YouTube. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on Blue Sky. Reminder, you should follow all those Blue Sky handles on your screen now. The top one is mine, and I'll be monitoring that throughout the rest of the test. And if you have anything, any predictions, any opinions, any controversial opinions, I will get to those between overs of the match. We had Brian Barish with us for the first session of the test, which was a pleasant surprise. I did not expect Brian to come on for the first session, but hope everyone else liked it as well. Prasid Krishna continues. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bo Webster, who squeezes one out towards point, and there is no run. He is on 57 of 104. There are 3 slips and a gully in place for Webster as Prasid Krishna continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is taking the outside edge, and it is caught by Yashasvi Jaiswal at gully, and Bo Webster has to go 57. He is out caught Jaiswal, bowled Prasid Krishna 57, as I said, and that brings number 11 Scott Boland out into the middle for the Australians, who are still trailing by 19 runs, and the 185 the Indians made in the first innings looks a lot better than it did at the end of the first day, or looks a lot better than it did at the innings break. Let's put it that way. A good bowling performance from India as well here in the first Australian innings, but there is danger for India here because Captain Jasprit Bumrah has been taken for scans. He is off the field, and it is at this point in time absolutely uncertain if he will be available in the second bowling innings for India. Let's see what Scott Boland can do here. As we are seeing replays of Jaiswal running around with arms spread wide, not necessarily at an Imran Tahir level, who also tends to take off his top, but yeah, he is probably really elated because he dropped 3 catches in a day in in Melbourne. As Prasid Krishna continues, and there are 4 runs first off for Scott Boland. As he flicks one that is onto his leg, or onto leg stump, fine for a boundary at fine leg. Oh no, this looks like this should be for leg buys, as I don't think he got bat onto that. Doesn't matter what I think, it is on the scorecard as 4 runs. Prasid Krishna bowling right arm over the wicket, this time more to the offside, and Scott Boland tries to have a slash at it, misses it though. As we are seeing replays of the last wicket of Webster. Next one, right arm over the wicket, defended back towards the bowler by Boland, and there is no run, but the Australians bring up their 170 with that 4 to Boland. 170 for 9 now, trailing by 15 runs. Final delivery of Prasid Krishna's 14th over coming up now. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside by Scott Boland, and there is no run as it is fielded at cover. Australia, 48 overs have been bowled, 170 for 9. Let's have a look at social media. If anyone is with us. Reminder, if you are listening to this stream, we'd love to hear from you in either the YouTube chat, or you can also use Blue Sky at linuxlea.bsky.social. That's the handle you will want to write to. I will be monitoring the social media channels between overs, as Nitish Kumar Reddy is continuing, and he what happened there? Nathan Lyon looks like he, well, Lyon looks like he tries to work it into the leg side, misses it though, gets hit on the thigh, it bounces in front of the slip cordon, and there is no run. In comes Reddy again, driven out into the offside by Lyon, fielded at cover, and there is no run. KL Rahul, Virat Kohli and Rishabh Pant in a conversation behind the wicket while Reddy is going back to his mark. They seem to be in good spirits as Reddy is coming in again. This time worked towards the leg side by forward square leg, fielded by forward square leg. Is that, I think that is Washington Sundar fielding down there. It might actually have been the substitute fielder Erswaran. But yeah, they're from this distance they look very similar. Blue shades and a full beard. That's relatively hard to distinguish from. That's around 30 meters away from the spider cam. in a wide shot, that is hard. That is hard to say. Anyway, in comes ready again to Lyon. Now, there is a bit of a delay. Kohli seems to be readjusting the field again. But now he is right over the wicket, and Lyon lofts one over long on. That is Mohammad Siraj fielding there. And the Australians are taking 3. Boland is back onto strike. Australia 173 for 9 after that, trailing by 12 runs now. A lofted drive over the onside by Nathan Lyon. Ready Earth on a length, bowls it in the slot, and Lyon picks it up, and there is 3 runs in that for Australia. Final delivery of Reddy's 7th over coming up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Nathan Lyon. Fuller outside the off stump, left alone by Nathan Lyon, and there is no run. 173 for 9. Boland, sorry. Of course, Nathan Lyon took the 3. So the last delivery was to Boland. Sorry. Lyon is on strike now again, as the Australians still trail by 12 runs. Prasidh Krishna continuing with his 15th over. He has taken 3 wickets. 3 wickets for Prasidh Krishna, the only Indian bowler to take more than 2. Bumrah, Siraj and Reddy all have 2. Jadeja, the only Indian bowler used in this innings that hasn't picked a wicket, but he has only bowled 3 overs so far. Prasidh Krishna starts, and hands on heads. How did that not sneak through the gate of Nathan Lyon? It did sneak through the gate, and it hits him high on the back leg, is deflected past the stumps, and I think there is no reviewing or asking for an LBW there. That would have been high. In comes Prasidh Krishna again. Attempt at a hook shot by Lyon that he misses. And Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. There is no run. Third delivery coming up now. And now the Australians are getting a bit frantic. They still trail by 12 runs. Looks like Nathan Lyon is determined to get them in 6s or at least boundaries. No, this one is flicked off his toes by Nathan Lyon. And there is a single. So Scott Boland is on strike. $174 for 9, the Australians. 49.3 overs have been bowled. They trail by 11 runs. Fourth delivery of Prasidh Krishna's 15th over coming up. Fended towards gully by Scott Boland, and there is no run. Prasid Krishna now in conversation with Mohammad Siraj as he is walking back towards his mark very deliberately, relatively slowly. Boland is on strike on 4 of 6, Lyon at the other end 5 of 12. Australia still trail by 11 runs. In comes Prasid Krishna, right arm over the wicket. And this one is a single, very, very fine from a Boland. Fine down the leg side is that. Not a very fine shot. Well, yeah, kind of shot. It kind of is a fine shot, or a shot down to fine leg. You know what I mean. Get off my case. What are you, cops? The Australians take a single, and that means they are trailing by 10 runs now. Nathan Lyon is on strike. There are 2 slips and a gully in place for him. There is a mid on, and there is a fine leg. Lyon clips one off his hip, and it runs out towards the fielder, who is jogging in very leisurely from very deep square leg. And the Australians take a risk-free single. End of the 50th over. Australia 176 for 9. So the deficit is in single digits now, as we are seeing replays of Jasprit Bumrah leaving the ground. Reminder, he seems to have been taken for scans. We do not know anything yet. He was off the field. Then we saw him in his trainers coming down the stairs and leaving the ground from the catacombs in a kind of a minivan almost. Had a sliding door. In comes Mohammad Siraj. He is bowling to Nathan Lyon. 2 slips, and this one is slashed at by Nathan Lyon. Outside is off stump. He misses it, and there is no run. That was a prime candidate for getting a top edge and ending up in the slips, of which there are 2 for Nathan Lyon. But lucky so far. $176 for 9 in the 51st over. In comes Siraj again, driven straight to cover, and the Australians are staying put. No run. Kohli in conversation with Rishabh Pant once again. Kohli is basically assuming the duties that he gave over to Rohit Sharma. He is basically captaining this Indian side. He has been doing that during the MCG test when Rohit Sharma was still in the team. Third delivery, another dot ball for Nathan Lyon. He was de facto captain on the field when both Captain Rohit Sharma and Vice Captain Jasprit Bumrah were in the team and on the field. This time it's a bit different. Rohit isn't in the team and Jasprit Bumrah is off the field. And for some reason, WinViz has the Australians with a 60% chance to win this test. I'm not certain I would give them a 60% chance to get a first innings lead here. Anyway, a single from Nathan Lyon means that Scott Boland will have to face at least one more delivery from Mohammad Siraj. In comes Siraj, right arm over the wicket, and this one is threaded between second slip and gully. KL Rahul diving to his right, can't stop it. Boland finds the third man boundary as Jaiswal is looking on from gully. So the Australians are trailing by 4 runs. Can the Indians take a... Oh, bowled him. As I was asking if the Indians could defend a very slim first innings lead. Mohammad Siraj says, yes, we can. Scott Boland is bowled. He has to go for 9 of 9 deliveries as Mohammad Siraj sneaks one through the gate, beats the inside edge, clean bowled by Mohammad Siraj, and that is that. 51 overs gone. The Australians are 181 all out. India's first innings lead is a slim 4 runs. Let's go through the highlights of Australia's innings. Well, basically one highlight. The only 50 plus score in the innings is debutant Bo Webster, who is the second Australian in the series to make a debut and or to make a maiden test half century on a debut. No one else makes more than 33 runs. Second highest score in the innings is Smith with 33. Australia 181 all out thus, and the picks of the bowlers are Mohammad Siraj and Prasidh Krishna. Both of them take 3 wickets. And Nitish Kumar Reddy with 2 each. Reddy was on a hat-trick during the innings. Didn't take a hat-trick though. I think there was also another possible hat-trick. But yeah. No, and apparently that means that T has been taken, and I will play you some more cricket sickos from Adit, and I will be with you in about 15 minutes. So, see you in a bit.
Will garner that attention, and they're going to be desperate for that coverage because they want their cricket to be relevant. I mean, we could only see in Australia right now, like the Pakistan bilateral series, the ODIs and the T20s have absolutely no cut through basically in the Australian market. Like, I'm doing stuff for the ICC. Like, I've almost forgot last night's game was on yesterday. Like, it's just it's where the game is going at the moment. But yeah, to kind of bring it back to the point, it's actually really important for us as emerging cricket and this podcast and talking to, say, Russell, like the importance of getting the administrators' attention. Because they're so stuck in their own problems, some things can actually be some things can be a lot easier to see from the outside looking in. I think when you get caught up in your own problems, sometimes you're that worried about keeping, your head above water that it's actually really hard to see perspective a lot of the time. And I think that's, again, with us and our place in the international game, it's great to kind of be reminded and to actually read the stories in front of you and be like, oh, you know what, that's not the worst idea. I mean, it can be debated how much, things are swayed by public discourse. But I mean, if you're ultimately looking at what the people are crying out for, I think in some ways it can help. I mean, democracy, in fairness, sometimes doesn't work. But, when you have an overwhelming number of people or a majority of people clamoring to this idea of what something should be, then it's probably worth, it being looked into.
Yes. We'll get back to um, things like the ICC and your role in the ICC and development and directions in a little bit, but I kind of want to focus on you and your story first. So could you just talk about how you got into cricket?
Yeah, it's just the Aussie thing. I think some of the first memories I have was my family, especially on my dad's side, were massively into the game. Especially my grandmother and granddad, and then my dad and my uncle were. My grandparents were 10-pound Poms, so they came on a boat. They were from sort of the north of England, and cricket was a big part of their lives, and it was probably a great social help for my grandparents coming to the country and having sort of a linked bond with people in the area. They moved to the northern beaches of Sydney, which you can sort of you could sort of assume had a sort of a big cricketing presence, and then it kind of led from Nan sort of bought me my first cricket bat when I would have been maybe 3 or 4. And my early memories are jacaranda trees blooming and the purple, the lilac color above my nan and granddad's backyard. And the backyard that they had was this lovely kind of rectangular strip that was just perfect for backyard cricket. And I had my cousin who's 6 years older than me, Cameron, he was kind of like my first hero, and he sort of played junior cricket, and I got a few hand-me-downs from him, and we played so much backyard cricket. I remember begging him just to bowl a few more balls and let's play a game of cricket. Let's play a game of cricket. And Dad was the same. He got me into junior cricket, and I remember sort of rocking up and obviously TV and trying to copy Brett Lee and Shane Warne. Early memories of that, and then it just became just a massive part of my life. I remember when we would do sort of show and tell every week at school, and I think mine was always on Monday, and in the summer it was always how cricket went that weekend, and then what cricket was going to be next weekend, and then in winter it was soccer. But they got to a point where I'm pretty sure the teacher sort of rang my mum up and just went, look, like, he's going to have to do something at show and tell that's like not cricket for once. Like, can you just do something a little bit different? But it was just the number one love. And I think it's a strange one, because at what point are you just brainwashed? Because you have to think, like, I mean, a cricket bat was put in my hand when I was 2 years old. There's cricket on the TV. I sit here now thinking, like, did I ever really have the choice? But it's one of those things, I don't know if it's Stockholm syndrome or whatever, but it's just almost everything that I kind of know at this point.
Yeah.
And I actually do worry now, like, as I sort of get into my professional career and moving solely into cricket, like I'm a little bit worried about sort of pigeonholing myself into be only cricket. Like, I've worked in other sport and media and stuff like that, but when you're cricket only, it does become a bit of an echo chamber, and you forget, oh, there's an Australian Open of tennis in January. I probably should pay attention to that for 5 minutes. Oh no, wait, there's some cricket that's like taken my attention as well. But yeah, it gets to a point, I played at a decent level. Like, I was never meant to go on and be anything of note, but it was the classic, junior cricket on the Saturday, rep cricket on the Sunday. You're in the nets like twice or 3 times a week, and then you get into seniors and you're still playing juniors in the morning, then it's seniors in the afternoon, then it's some reps on a Sunday still. One of my best mates, who I'm still lucky to call a best mate. I don't know how he's not sick of me, but I went to the same school as him, and we played in both the same junior team growing up and the junior rep team. So, like, poor Scott, my mate Scott, like he would have seen me 300 days of the year there for a bit, and he didn't get sick of me. So it was one of those things, going into media, I always wanted to be, like, as a job, like, I always wanted to get into writing and journalism, and I was decent at maths, but then I realized it was only really cricket maths that I was good at. When we started getting into like Python, like when we started getting into trigonometry and calculus, I was woeful. And I realized, I was like, No, I'm just good at averages because I've had 3 innings, I've been not out once, and I've made 60-yard runs, and I know my average that way. I was really good with cricket maths. So, like, if you look at primary school, like, all my school awards are in maths and none of them in
Yeah.
English. And then when you get into high school, like, all my achievements and certificates were in like the histories and the Englishes. And I did okay in French, actually. French beginners, don't ask me to speak any French now. I'm woeful. But like the maths kind of fell by the wayside. As soon as they started adding letters into into maths, I was no good. And then, went and did sort of media at Macquarie University, just sort of tying everything in. Obviously, just a big fan. I mean, as an Australian, like, you can't escape sport. I mean, with yourself, you're out west, so it's a lot of AFL chat in the winter, and
Yep.
the office is like Monday, Tuesday talking about the last weekend's results, and then Thursday, Friday you're talking about the upcoming weekend of results. It's the same with sport. You just, once you're kind of in it, it's very hard to escape. And quite frankly, like, it got to a point where I was like, I don't even know what else I'd be sort of good at. Like, I might as well stick to this whole sport thing. And then, never really got anywhere in actually playing cricket. I did play a season of cricket in the UK
Okay.
for Bethesda Cricket Club in North Wales. Shout out to the guys in Bethesda. I remember literally in the departure gate, ready to go and leave for 6 months. It was obviously the longest time I'd spent away with my family, and I was moving into about to live by myself for the first time. And I remember reading, like, flicking through my news feed on Facebook, whatever, and it was like, British town announced as the most depressing UK city. And I went to hit the story, and it was the town I was about to move to. And I'm there at the departure gate thinking, like, this is the worst thing I could have ever read. But I got there, and honestly, like, I loved it. The people were amazing. The backdrop of Snowdonia Mountains and in the sky. There was snow on the mountain before the first week of cricket season, and I was really worried about, like, getting there and, like, just imagine going out to field and it's like less than 10 degrees for the summer sport. Like, this is going to be fun. But I loved it. Like, and I loved it. And that actually, it's actually kind of funny, like, bringing that up. It was kind of how my cricket media career randomly started. And, like, this kind of just shows how sort of weirdly backwards parts of my life have been. We were there in the UK 2016, and my first ever media accreditation, the first media pass that I ever received covering cricket, was at Lord's. And it's like, Lord's should be the final boss, like the end
game
of the journey, like where you're striving to go. And my first media accreditation just happened to be at Lord's, like, because I just finished my degree before I went over there, and I got in contact with Cricket Nepal at the time, because Nepal would playing the MCC at Lord's in 2016.
Okay, right.
And I was like, shit, like, I should go and cover this game. And I reach out, and I was like, hey guys, like, I'm gonna be in the UK. Like, I'll get down. I'll find my own way down to London, whatever. I'll catch the train. Didn't know how expensive trains in the UK were at this point, as you can now, as you realize why this story is ridiculous, because all the trains are privatized in the UK. And I'm in, like, North Wales, so it's not a short train journey. And I was like, look, I can get down there. I'll find my own way. I'll find a place, because I wanted to go to London anyway. So I was like, well, I might as well go for a couple of days. Anyway, yeah. So the first game I ever covered as a quote unquote journalist with a media accreditation was Nepal against the MCC at Lord's, for goodness sake. And it wasn't the background at Lord's. It was the main ground.
It was Lord's.
It was Lord's. Like, it was Middlesex apparently had played there 3 days before. I think just a one-day cup game or something. And they had no one show up. And then I think there was maybe 6,000 or 8,000 Nepali fans at Lord's, which you can understand, because you're going to get Nepali fans everywhere.
Yep.
And I remember this guy who was working for the MCC at the time. He came up the stairs into the media center, and he kind of saw me and a few other, like, Nepali press there. And he's like, geez, I wish we'd get this many people to Middlesex. Like, we might actually turn over a decent sum. We need to get these guys here a little bit more. So yeah, it was just a little bit surreal. And looking back, like, I haven't been back to Lord's since. So maybe it'll be a full circle moment eventually. And then, yeah, that just kind of came back to Sydney after my season in the UK, got a job in the stats department at Fox, and then just kind of worked my way through, was a statistician at Fox. was in commentary boxes during BBL broadcasts, so
Okay.
making the commentators sound a lot better than they are. Some of them needed some more sort of help than others, but I'll leave that sort of just lingering there. And then actually a guy that I knew at Fox in the editorial department, Jacob Karup, who's now at Code writing and doing a lot of coverage for the upcoming Border Gavaskar Trophy. Like I pitched a couple of bigger sort of emerging stories to him. Like I told the story about Namibia in League Two, in World Cricket League 2, and that story is probably still up on Fox somewhere. This is a story about, obviously what we all know about associate cricket, obviously what's at stake all the time, how important it is to win this game, how much money rides on it, can you make a career in cricket at associate levels, and then like that sort of led down the line to me actually picking up this job that I'm now in. It's actually with a digital agency that has the ICC's contract for digital and editorial, so I'm not an employee of the ICC per se, but it's basically the next best thing to them. Sort of, I've been tasked 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and during world tournaments to help.
So this is your full-time job.
This is it's a full-time job. So it's great in some respects. I do get a little bit cricketed out from time to time, which I think is very easy to do, and especially with the calendar and the way cricket is in 2024, it can be so easy to be burnt out by cricket. And I've got to say, like it happens a fair bit. Like one ball blows into the next, and one global tournament blows into the next. We've got more global tournaments now than we've ever had, with the Champions Trophy coming back next year, and Women's Under-19 World Cup, which is it is a great move, but it does mean, it just puts a little bit more stress on the cricket framework and what it is and who works in it. But yeah, look, it's great. I'd like to think that having the associate cricket kind of background and the passion for it helps kind of deliver a little bit more associate cricket coverage in ICC and on ICC channels that we might have had before. I mean, in a perfect world, I'd be just doing associate cricket full stop, and writing about, all the events. But of course, there's no reason why we can't do the coverage on a Border Gavaskar Trophy and the World Test Championship and all of that stuff.
Because you don't need to.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's going to get, you're still going to get the numbers, and you can do it sort of at a decent-ish level. You don't need to go too overboard. It's, where can you pick up the new fans? I think that's kind of like my big take from it is that, look, like we've probably reached a saturation point in terms of number of fans on ICC channels coming from really popular full member markets. We could still do that coverage there, but if we kind of set aside like a nice little pocket of time to really hammer other markets, like who knows? I mean, we might even talk about it a little bit later on, but there's some massive potential markets in international cricket. Indonesia, you would know better than anyone, is one potential market that could potentially boom in the next decade or two. Nigeria, Argentina, like there's so many different avenues that the ICC and cricket can go down. And in some ways, cricket is actually very exciting. Like as the world kind of catches up in terms of cricket, like I think the most exciting times for cricket in some ways are still well ahead of us, which is great. It helps us all wake up in the morning and try to make a difference of how cricket is sort of covered and what cricket can be.
Yeah. So talking about like there's untapped opportunities. So I appreciate you mentioning Indonesia, but also like cricket's been exploding in West and East Africa.
Yeah.
In Nepal. I mean, like that's been ongoing for a while, but there's still a long way to go. My question is, what do you think is some development low hanging fruit that are available to the ICC that they're just ignoring?
It's probably not a case of ignoring. It's more a case of it's probably going to be worth reassessing how the scorecard feature and the annual funding works and how certain things are potentially weighted.
Sorry, can you talk for a little bit about what the scorecard system is?
Yeah. So for added context, the scorecard is basically a document that's put together by the ICC, and it's all self-reported too, which is probably an important caveat to make because there's always conjecture
Cough,
around
cough,
the
France.
numbers. Exact 100%. That's the example I was going to bring up. And they're not the only ones to do it.
And we are back for the final session of the second day of the fifth and final Border Gavaskar Trophy test from Sydney. Excuse me. So, 20 wickets have fallen so far in 5 sessions. 366 runs. Only 366 runs have been scored. The final wicket of the Australian innings brought on tee on day 2, and the Indian openers are out there in the middle. The Australian bowlers are warming up. India begin their second innings with a slim lead of 4 runs. It's not going to get any easier for the batsmen in this test. Definitely not on this pitch. There is a lot of seam movement in there. The Australians have a new ball in hand that won't help the Indian batsmen. And I have to tell you that I don't know, that I don't have any updates on what is happening with Jasprit Bumrah. He has been taken for scans. The problem for the Australian bowlers is probably that they didn't have that much rest, as Mitchell Starc is opening the bowling to the left-handed Yashasvi Jaiswal. In he comes, left arm over the wicket, and there is seam movement away from the batsman, and it is taken by Alex Carey behind the stumps. There is no run. Let's have a look at that. There is a replay of... Oh, maybe... India are off the mark after all, because this looks like Mitchell Starc has overstepped. No, it's not given as a no ball. In comes Mitchell Starc again. Left arm over the wicket, short, wide outside the off stump, and uppercut by Yashasvi Jaiswal, and he finds the boundary at third man. 4 runs, India off the mark. And I think that the first delivery, that was a borderline no ball. Anyway, doesn't really matter. India are off the mark. Hopefully Jaiswal can can make a few more runs than he did in the first innings. He made 10 there, and the ground staff is out hammering down on the footmarks on the crease. Mitchell Starc is directing the ground staff there. Seems to be in order again, as Jaiswal is on strike. Mitchell Starc is walking back to his mark. Jaiswal taking strike again. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. No. In comes Mitchell Starc, left arm over the wicket, and again uppercut by Yashasvi Jaiswal. This time he finds the boundary at backward point. Another 4 runs, so he is moving quickly. 8 of 3, India 8 without loss. If you're listening to this, reminder, get in touch with the stream. You can use Blue Sky, that is at linuxlear.bsky.social. Should be on your screen right now. Or you can use the YouTube chat. Please get in touch. In comes Mitchell Starc for another delivery, and this time it is cut again by Jaiswal, but this time it is not cut aerially. races along the ground again to the backward point boundary, and that is 3 boundaries in a row for Yashasvi Jaiswal, and that means his second innings is already better than his first one. He made 10 in the first. Now he has already made 12 in the first over. Mitchell Starc is not looking happy. He is looking winded, or let's see if he can he has not had much rest. He was bowling basically the whole first day. Then the Australian innings lasted only 2 sessions. Next one is a dot ball as Jaiswal misses another uppercut. India 12 without loss, leading by 16 runs. And again, Jaiswal finds the boundary. This time it is not behind square, it is through cover. And the Indians have taken 16 runs off that Mitchell Starc over. One of the more expensive overs in the match. Wow, Yashasvi Jaiswal is not hanging around, or he's not wasting time here. So, end of the first over, 16 runs have come off it. Let's see if anyone is with us on social media. Again, if you are watching this and if you are not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing, because after the series we will also do a review show with a truly global panel. We are just looking for a time frame, for a window in time when we can record and we can get everyone together. Because we are potentially in the USA, in Europe, in Singapore, India, and Indonesia. So potentially Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, The Story of Indian Spin Bowling, Abhishek Mukherjee, who everyone should know, but to give you just one thing, he writes for he co-wrote Jared Kimber's last book. As Patrick Cummins continues for the Australians, he is bowling to KL Rahul, and KL Rahul is not going to, well, play as flashy and maybe as risky as Yashasvi Jaiswal. 2 dot balls to start Patrick Cummins' first over of the Indian second innings. As my stream has frozen. Now we are back. So we do have 3 slips and a gully. We have point, we have short leg for KL Rahul as he looks to glance one down the leg side, misses it, and Alex Carey takes it behind the stumps. There is no run. 3 dot balls now for Pat Cummins in his first over. India leading by 20 as they are 16 without loss. All of the runs have come off Yashasvi Jaiswal's bat in the first over. That was bowled by Mitchell Starc. In comes Patrick Cummins, defended by KL Rahul, fielded by Travis Head at short leg, and there is no run. So, yeah, if you are listening, what are your predictions? Who has his nose in front here in this match? Winwiz had Australia at 60 and India at 39%, just before the Indians took the final wicket in the first Australian innings, which I found really interesting because at that point the Australians were still trailing by 4 runs, and just after Winwiz was shown, the Winwiz probabilities were shown on the screen. Scott Boland hauled out and or was out, bowled by Mohammad Siraj. He was bowled. And I found it interesting that the team that was still behind in the first innings was 60% favorite. Anyway, Pat Cummins bowls a maiden first up. And Mitchell Starc is set to continue. He has figures of none for 16 from 1 over. The Aussies are looking fatigued, one has to say, and especially Mitchell Starc, who is not 100%. He had problems with his back in the last test, and he didn't look like he was 100% during the first Indian innings, as Starc bowls. Jaiswal made Starc pay to the tune of 16 runs off the first over of a test. That is really, really that is extraordinary. My stream just died. Let's have a look at social media. Reminder, please do get in touch. For some reason my internet is relatively slow right now. Now he can't load my stream again. Yeah, let's have a look. Looks like my live ticker is working, and I can tell you that Mitchell Starc's second over to Yashasvi Jaiswal is going a lot better for Mitchell Starc, because he only concedes a single of the final delivery of the third over. India move on to 17 without loss. Jaiswal 17, KL Rahul not. And the bowling figures: Mitchell Starc has bowled 2 overs, no maidens, 17 runs conceded, and no wicket. So that means that for the first time in the second innings, Yashasvi Jaiswal will have to face Patrick Cummins. But let's have a look at YouTube chat. Reminder, get in touch with the stream. That would really be good. For some reason I can't see the live stream in my streaming software. Let's have a look. Docs, and I have to get the chat back. Hopefully they can connect this time because the chat lost the connection. Okay, looks like I have chat back. Okay. So, first delivery of Cummins' second over is a dot as he bowls one right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, short and defended in front of his chest, basically, off the back foot into the leg side. There is no run. And next one is angled across Jaiswal, who looks to cut, keeps it down though, and it is stopped in the cordon. There is no run. Let's see. Deep point is back in play for the Australians. So there is some insurance for Cummins out in the deep in the offside. As Jaiswal is looking for a cut shot again, misses it again. This time Carey takes it behind the stumps. And he was really looking for an uppercut again. I don't know if that is really the way to play it now that deep point is back in play. Fourth delivery coming up. Left alone by Jaiswal as it swings away from the left-hander, taken by Alex Carey behind the stumps, and there is no run. 21 runs the lead for India now. As we are seeing Sam Constance, who is chirping. I think he is standing in the slips with that, well, that shit moustache, let's be honest. That's not a good moustache. In comes Cummins, and this one is squeezed out forward of point, and this time the Indians take a single. 18 without loss, 3.5 overs gone. KL Rahul to face one more Patrick Cummins delivery. And yes, the Aussie bowlers look cooked. Stark, now Cummins. They didn't get that much rest. Only basically 2 sessions rest after bowling basically all day yesterday. In comes Cummins, right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped out towards mid-wicket, and there is a boundary in that for KL Rahul, who is now off the mark with a 4. He is 4 of 7. India 22 without loss after 4 overs. The lead is 26. Let's see if anyone is with us. Looks like we are up to date on chat. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. No, looks like we are okay. Yeah, if you are, I see we've a lot of clicks. If you are watching, please consider liking and subscribing. As Jaiswal gets a leading edge as Mitchell Starc continues. flies into the offside, not where Jaiswal was expecting it to go, as he was looking to clip it into the leg side. Doesn't matter, he misses the field, and the Indians take a couple of runs here. 24 without loss now, India. 4.1 overs gone. The lead is 28. In comes Stark again. Left arm over the wicket. This one is too leg sidey, clipped off his toes by Jaiswal, and the Indians take another single. 29 the lead, India 25 without loss. And it doesn't... And it looks like the Indians can take full advantage of the fact that the Australian bowlers have looked very, very fatigued for the first few overs of the second Indian innings. Oh, it was given as a leg bye. So, KL Rahul is on strike and he defends one to Gully, and there is no run. Looks like Sam Constance is stationed at Gully for Mitchell Stark here. 25 for no loss, the Indians, as we are seeing Scott Boland beyond the boundary. He has what the Australians, I think the Australians call an esky, but it's an esky trolley. With one of those telescope handles and two wheels. It is Gatorade branded, I can tell you that as well. So we have square leg, mid on, mid off, backward point, slips and a gully for KL Rahul. In comes Mitchell Stark, left arm over the wicket and swivel hook pull shot by KL Rahul. At least it is the attempt at one. Did he get bat onto that one? No, it's just the bounce that Mitchell Stark gets. KL Rahul is too late on the shot, and it just flies over him for 4 byes as Alex Carey can't get glove to that. And the Indians move on to 29 without loss. Stark, left arm over the wicket. This time KL Rahul makes contact with the bat. That's an excellent pull shot for another 4 runs. The Indians move on to 33 without loss. And I have to remind you that all of this in the context of a match. We are currently at a run rate of 6.6. And all of that in the context of a match where the Indians scored over 72.2 overs in their first innings, scored at 5.55 overall. For a lot of that time, they were scoring at around 2 runs an over. Only a quick fire 22 off by Jasprit Bumrah got them to 2.55. The Australians in reply scored at 3.54 over 51 overs for their 181. And now the Indians are racing along at 6.38 currently. As we already have a bowling change, reminder, only 5 overs have been bowled in the second Indian innings. We have the first bowling change. It looks like of the innings. He is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, beats the outside edge, and there is no run. As he is walking back to his mark. Excuse me. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning here now. 3 slips for Jaiswal as Boland errs to the leg side, and Jaiswal gloves one into the leg side behind square leg, and there is a single taken by the Indians. 38 runs the lead. India move on to 34 without loss. 5.2 overs gone. That has to be the game plan for the Indians here. Punish the fatigued Australian bowlers for the rest of the day. Lay a comfortable platform. And possibly even set a game-changing, make a game-changing lead here on this second day. We will see. Boland now bowling to KL Rahul. He stays right arm over the wicket, and there is no run as KL Rahul looks to defend one, misses it though. That is flying relatively far away from the outside edge. Rahul leaves one that Boland bowls right arm over the wicket in a very exaggerated manner. Well, I mean, he is in Australia, home of Manus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, and as everybody knows, the old saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Visigoths did. Yes, exactly that. Fourth delivery of Scott Boland's first over coming up. 1 run so far off it. Inside out cut shot by KL Rahul that is fielded at point, and there is no run. So, final delivery of Scott Boland's first over coming up now. 5.5 overs have been bowled in the second Indian innings. They are already at 34 without loss. Boland coming in, right arm over the wicket. Another inside out cut shot by KL Rahul, and this time he gets it past the fielder. That's Nathan Lyon running after it at point, and the Indians take another single. So KL Rahul has brought up his double figures as well. India 36 without loss. 3 runs of Scott Boland's first over, and the lead is 40. Let's have a look at social media if anyone is with us. Again, if you are listening to this, please consider liking and subscribing, and also please consider getting in touch with the stream by using either the YouTube live chat, or you can always use Blue Sky at linuxlea.bsky.social. It's the top one on your screen right now. I will monitor both social media channels. I think we are now seeing highlights, replays, or no, doesn't look like it. We are seeing Patrick Cummins, who brought Boland on just to change ends. Or he is rotating his attack around. Cut shot by Jaiswal for another single. India 37 without loss. 6.1 overs bowled. 41 runs the lead now. Cummins now facing KL Rahul, and he is bowling right arm over the wicket, and KL Rahul pushes one towards extra cover, and there is a single in it. 38 without loss, the Indians. Jaiswal back on strike. As we are seeing Virat Kohli sitting up in the dressing room, he is in a good mood, and why not? A quick fire, 22 off 22 from Yashasvi Jaiswal has stretched the lead from 4 runs on first innings to 42 runs now that 6.3 overs have been bowled, as there is another dot ball as Jaiswal defends it high off the bat into the leg side. Cummins has switched to around the wicket now, to the left-hander. Now he's back to over the wicket. Appeal for LBW as Jaiswal looks to flick one off his legs, and it looks like he either got an inside edge onto his pads and it dribbles out into the offside, or a leading edge maybe. No one is reviewing. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, that looks like he misses it. It is not given out on the field, and it is given as leg byes. So Rahul is on strike. India 39 without loss. 6.4 overs gone. In comes Patrick Cummins again. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed KL Rahul, who looks to cut it, misses it, fishing outside his off stump with an angled bat, and misses it. Goes through to Alex Carey, the keeper. There is no run. India 39 without loss. Final delivery of Patrick Cummins' third over is coming up now. In comes Cummins again, right arm over the wicket. And Rahul looks to push at it, is beaten on the outside, and there is no run. 7 overs gone. India 39 without loss. 3 runs coming off this Pat Cummins over. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Well, Kai Vincent is the last one that wrote anything in the chat. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. Anyone with us here? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. We seem to be up to date. I know it's a very weird time for most of my subscribers, but if you are listening, if you are not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing. Really helps out the channel, stuff like that. As we are seeing a comparison between the first and second innings of Jaiswal's batting stance, he is coming forward much more in the second innings. In the first innings, he was pinned to his crease a bit by the bowling attack. This time he advances down the pitch, and that seems to work for him. as there is a leg bye of the first delivery. And now KL Rahul has taken a couple down towards backward point. India 42 for no loss. So 42 without loss, the Indians. That means the lead is 46 runs. In comes Boland again, and this time he has his man that is dragged onto his stumps by KL Rahul. Boland gets one relatively early in the piece, but the Indians have already added 42 runs to their first innings lead. Yes, KL Rahul edges one onto the top of his leg stump, and he will have to go for 13 of 20 deliveries. 5 scoring shots, 15 dots, 2 fours. And that means that we should see Virat Kohli at... Oh no, Shubman Gill should be at number 3. I'm sorry. Shubman Gill should be coming in for India at number 3. Let's see if there are any surprises. No, it is definitely too early for a night watchman. We are currently 1.5 hours away from the scheduled close of play. And I think we will take the extra half hour today as well, because there are 34 overs scheduled in the day's play after this one is complete. So indeed it is Gill at number 3, averaging 20 runs this over. He has played in 3 matches. Let's see the field the Australians have set for him here. But first there is a bit of a delay. Now we're seeing the field. 3 slips and a gully. There is backward point. There is mid wicket. There is cover. There is mid on. In comes Boland, and this one is this is left by Gill at the last second. Good decision though. It's the right one, as it misses the stumps. As we are seeing replays of KL Rahul, how he drags onto his own stumps. If the Indians will win this match, will that opportunity they had in Melbourne, will that hurt them even worse? Will that sting worse? Probably. As Shubman Gill is off the mark, as he flashes at one, and he flashes it between third slip and the gully, finds the boundary, 4 runs. He is off the mark. India 46 for 1. Final delivery of Boland's second over coming up now. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is played out to mid on, where it is fielded by Travis Head, and there is no run. India leading by 50 runs after 8 overs in the second innings. They have lost one of their openers. KL Rahul had to go back into the dressing room, but in the context of this match, a lead of 50 with 8 wickets. Let's say 8 wickets in hand is not that bad because Jasprit Bumrah has been taken to hospital for scans, and we don't know if he will take any further part in this match. That is not to say that there aren't any question marks in the Australian bowling attack. Mitchell Starc is questionable at the moment. He has problems with his back, as Pat Cummins is continuing. He beats Jaiswal first up. There is no run. 3 slips in for him as Jaiswal squeezes one out to gully, where it is fielded by, I think that's Manus Labuschagne. Yes, indeed it is. Manus Labuschagne is fielding at gully, and there is no run. We are seeing replays of the only Indian wicket to fall. KL Rahul, who dragged Scott Boland onto his leg stump, as Jaiswal turns one towards square leg, where it is fielded by Sam Constance, and there is no run. 4 more deliveries left in the over. Oh, come on, Pat. I know you are knackered, but in he comes, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Jaiswal, who defends this one into the offside. But I think that's also a very, very big problem now for the Australians. They will, they are taking their sweet time. They are bowling their fast bowlers, of course, because they want to use the new ball with the seamers and the pacemen. But if they take too much time, it will probably result in a points penalty in the World Test Championship, and any points penalty that Australia incurs only helps India. They could have qualified for the World Test Championship if they hadn't, or they could have kept their chances much better if they had won at the MCG, a match they did very, you can't say they did very well to lose it, because but it was their game to lose. They were en route to a draw, and they lost it in the end. As Jaiswal is pulling out and the ball is declared dead, and Pat Cummins is not looking amused as Jaiswal is stepping away to leg, and Alex Carey is standing behind the stumps, arms going, what's going on here, mate? As Cummins comes in again, this one is left by Jaiswal as Cummins angles one across him, shorter length, and there is no run. So, maiden from Patrick Cummins, 46 for 1. And we'll have a look at social media if anyone is with us. If you are listening, once again, do get in touch with the stream. I really like hearing from you dear listeners, where are you listening from? What are your predictions? What do you think of the game so far? Who is on top here? As Boland is continuing and Gill takes a single off the first delivery of Boland's third over, India 47 for 1, lead by 51 runs now. Again, please do get in touch with us on Twitter. Not Twitter. Don't have a Twitter account anymore. Deactivated that one. On Blue Sky and on the YouTube chat. We'd love to hear from you. In comes Boland, now bowling to Jaiswal, and he bowls right arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, relatively short, and Jaiswal plays inside the line, and there is no run. Apparently, Rohit Sharma said to The Guardian that it was his call. India captain Rohit Sharma insists he was not axed for 5th test. Yeah, doesn't really matter. India look to be on top in this match here. I know this is Test cricket, and I'm not going to speculate or predict anything after that wild ride that was the Melbourne Test, the Boxing Day Test. That was wild. Anyway, Boland is continuing. As we are seeing that he beats Yashasvi Jaiswal's outside edge again. There is no run. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and he beats him again, and this time he takes the top off, and the Indians lose their second wicket. India 47 for 2, 51 for 2 effectively, as the lead on first innings was only 4 runs. There is a bit of pad involved, I would say, after seeing the replay. Anyway, Jaiswal has to go bowled Boland for 22, and that brings probably one of the most hated men in Australia, or the most antagonized man in Australia these days, out into the middle. It is, of course, King Kohli. Virat Kohli out in the middle with India. 47 for 2, leading by 51 runs. India will need will have to set Australia a substantial target in this second innings, one would think. First of all, they need to bat out the day. They don't want their bowlers out there for not even a brief spell today, I would think. A target of 250 on this pitch might be defendable, but they don't know if they have Jasprit Bumrah for the second innings, because he has been taken to hospital for scans, and we don't know any test results as of yet. Kohli Not impressed with anything going on here. With anything the Australian bowlers can serve him up here. He is off the mark first delivery. So 10 overs gone. The Indians are 48 for 2 runs and 1 wicket coming off that Scott Boland over. And let's have a look if anyone is with us on the YouTube chat or on Blue Sky. Remember, please do let us know where you are listening in from. If you have any predictions or stuff like that, anything you want to tell us, please, we love to hear from you. You can use YouTube or you can use Blue Sky. I will have a look at the social media feeds between overs. So Kohli took a single of the final delivery of the last over, and now he is facing Pat Cummins, and the first delivery of Pat Cummins he faces is a dot ball, and the Indian lead remains 51. That one was so wide outside the off stump that ESPN Cricinfo described it as 7th stump. Kohli plays one out with soft hands. It is stopped in the cordon, but there is neither a chance to take a catch nor to take a run. So as we are seeing Scott Boland fielding near the esky he stationed at the boundary a few minutes ago. Good length from Kohli, down leg. There is no chance that Kohli is tempted into into getting an edge to that one. He was looking for a shot, but realized that it was too wide down the leg side and thought better of it. No run. In comes Cummins again. This one is on the pads of Kohli, who plays that out to mid-on, and there is no run. Kohli on 1 of 5. India 48 for 2. 2 more deliveries in Patrick Cummins' 5th over left. I think there will be another drinks break after the next over, depending on who bowls it. Four slips and a gully now for Virat Kohli. In comes Cummins, defended into the offside, and there is no run. Final delivery coming up. Can Pat Cummins keep the maiden alive here? Final delivery coming up now. Kohli is practicing his defense as Cummins is walking back to his mark. The over rate has gone down the nick completely, and this one is, well, this one ricochets out into the leg side of the splice of Kohli's bat, and there is no run, and that is a drinks break. And I will be with you again very, very shortly. back after drinks. So, 2 early breakthroughs in the session for the Australians. 2 wickets in the first hour of this probably extended session. Boland continues, and this one is pushed out to point by Gill. There is a single. Kohli on strike now. The Australians need to keep up the pressure because Jaiswal did some early damage. Took a few quick runs. He made 22 of 35 deliveries, 16 of the first over. I think it was 16 of the first over. Kohli takes another single. The Indians are rotating the strike. Boland walking back to his mark, and it is apparent, or it is very, very noticeable that the Australian bowlers are taking their time walking back to their mark. Usman Khawaja at first slip as Boland comes in, and this one is driven to, or cut away, more cut than, or a square drive maybe, by Gill for another single, keeping the strike ticking over here. India 51 for 2, the lead is 55 now. Kohli is on strike as we are seeing Shubman Gill looking around the field at the non-strikers end. Boland coming in now, right arm over the wicket, and this one is hoiked by Kohli over long on, or over mid on, and there is a boundary in that for Kohli. So, India 55 for 2, the lead 59. Kohli is taking strike again. 5th delivery of Scott Boland's 4th over coming. Right arm over the wicket and pushed out towards gully by Kohli. Along the ground there is no run. Final delivery of Scott Boland's over coming up now. Virat Kohli is on strike. He is on 6 of 10. Gill at the other end, 7 of 6. In comes Boland again, and again pushed out to Labuschagne at gully, and there is no run. 55 for 2 after 12 overs. And let's have a look at social media. Again, if you are listening, please do get in touch either on the YouTube live chat or on Blue Sky. The top one of the Blue Sky handles on your screen right now, the Linux Leah at bsky.social. That's the one I'll be monitoring throughout the rest of the test. And I will read out your comments, your predictions, anything you want to tell us for the rest of the match. There is something, just someone following me. Okay. I thought there was a notification that anyone had written something. As Pat Cummins continues, 3 slips in place for him, cut by Shubman Gill, and he finds the boundary. 59 for 2, the Indians, and now the runs are starting to flow again for India. 9 fours in this innings, a lot of them granted from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Second delivery, still 3 slips and a gully. Cummins bowls shorter and wider. There is also some seam movement taking the ball away from Shubman Gill, and he leaves that one alone. The lead is 63 runs. Shubman Gill has played 32 matches, 1,891 runs, average of 35.68. In comes Pat Cummins again, right arm over the wicket, and Shubman Gill looks to defend, withdraws the bat inside the line of the ball, and there is no run as it goes through to Alex Carey behind the stumps. Fuller this time from Cummins, the delivery. So let's see. Can Shubman Gill make anything happen here? As we are seeing, that's the Australian dressing room. I do not have any more news on what is going on with Jasprit Bumrah, who has been taken for scans. Cummins plays one through the gate of Shubman Gill, I think. There is a speculative appeal by Patrick Cummins. It is not given on the field. No one else in the Australian team seems that interested in it. And we are seeing replays now, and no, there is no bat on that. It misses the inside edge, and it also misses the thigh of Shubman Gill, flies over the stumps. Absolutely nothing on that one. In comes Cummins again, right arm over the wicket, and again he has Shubman Gill squared up. Again, there is no run. Final delivery coming up now from Patrick Cummins in his 6th over, as we are seeing Usman Khawaja looking a bit deflated at first slip, let's put it that way. In comes Cummins, and Shubman Gill looks to push this one out towards point, misses it though, and there is no run. India 59 for 2 after 13 overs, 4 runs coming off this 6th Pat Cummins over of the innings. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Oh, now it's getting a bit cold. It's always coldest before the sun rises. And we are, well, an hour away from that. Maybe an hour from sunrise. It's 6:30 here. As Scott Boland continues, and first delivery of his 5th over. He has Virat Kohli's wicket. Kohli has to go as he is taken at 2nd slip. He is gone. Cord Smith bowled Boland for 6 as he looks to defend, gets the outside edge. Can't believe what he has done. There are replays of him having a go at himself. And the Australians are getting their tail up again. Boland is really, really pumped to have dismissed Virat Kohli. I think Kohli has shown too much aggression in this innings again, because he didn't look like leaving anything during this innings, and once again he's paying the price. He gets an outside edge again, and the Indians are 59 for 3 now. The lead is 63. And yeah, one has to question that shot, and I think Sunil Gavaskar will be very critical of Virat Kohli after this test. Brings out Rishabh Pant at number 5 for the Indians. And Rishabh Pant was the highest score for India in the first innings. He made 40, the only Indian batsman to even break 30, or to go past 30. Pant made 40. He faced 98 deliveries for his 40, so in an innings where only 2 batsmen faced more than 69 deliveries, he faced 98 and Jadeja faced 95, so not bad. And he is off the mark first delivery, and he is off the mark in his inimitable Rishabh Pant style, as he swats Boland, who is bowling right arm around the wicket, over long on for 6 runs. And the Indians move on to 65 for 3. 69, nice, the lead. Next delivery, Boland beats the outside edge of Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. Well, I can't imagine this match will see a 4th day. This will be done and dusted tomorrow. I'm relatively sure of that one. In comes Boland again, and what was that? Rishabh Pant tries a reverse ramp, misses it though. Is that really the way to go here? Pant played the longest innings of the first Indian innings. I think he should slow down a bit and just make sure that there is a platform for the Indians, that he should do his best to guide India to stumps without losing many more wickets. Him and Gill should probably play sensible innings here. Take the singles as he gets an outside edge through the slips cordon. It is fielded by third man, that is Nathan Lyon, and the Indians take a single. So Shubman Gill is back on strike. The Indian lead reaches 70. As we are about 1 hour out from the scheduled close of play, there are still 28 overs scheduled after this one concludes, as Shubman Gill pushes one out towards cover. Pat Cummins is herring after it, brings it back in, but the Indians have run a couple. 68 for 3 after 14 overs. 9 runs, 1 wicket. The Indian lead is 72 runs. Let's see if anyone is with us on YouTube. Looks like we are up to date on YouTube. Let's check Blue Sky. Messi Jazz is saying on Blue Sky that, well, it appears that Rishabh is telling Gambier to go fuck himself. Because I think he's been criticized for his shot selection by coach Gautam Gambhir. And yeah, it indeed looks like Pant is telling him to go F himself. Cummins to continue with his 7th over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, flicked off his pads by Rishabh Pant into the leg side, and Sam Constance is herring after that, but the Indians have run a couple, so Pant on 9 of 5 now. The lead is 74. I think on this surface, a target of 200 could be defended, provided that Jasprit Bumrah is okay and given rest overnight. There is an appeal for LBW of the second delivery. It is not given, and no one is really that interested to risk a review for it. And it's mostly because it pitches outside Rishabh Pant's leg stump, as Pat Cummins is bowling right arm over the wicket. The angle is not his friend here. 3 slips and a gully as Cummins continues right arm over the wicket, angled across Rishabh Pant, left alone, and there is no run. As we are seeing some comparisons of Virat Kohli, I think from the previous over he faced from Scott Boland. Don't really know what the point of that one was. Anyway, in comes Pat Cummins. And this one is gloriously flicked by Rishabh Pant aerially, and he finds the boundary. 4 runs for India. It is just a tad forward of square leg, and India move on to 74 for 3. That means the lead is 78 now. The Bharat Army fans in the crowd are delighted with Rishabh Pant's stroke play here. This one is clipped towards mid-wicket by Rishabh Pant, and they run through for a couple. 76 for 3. The run rate is 5.13. And there is still one more delivery to come in Patrick Cummins' 7th over. 8 runs so far of the over. 80 runs the lead now. In comes Cummins again, right arm over the wicket, and this one is guided between gully and the slips by Rishabh Pant, And the Indians are running another couple as Nathan Lyon fields at third man. 78 for 3 after 15 overs, the Indians. Rishabh Pant is on 17 of 10, Shubman Gill on 13 of 13, and the lead is 82 runs. After scoring a lot slower during their first innings, the Indians are now putting their foot down, as we are seeing that Virat Kohli has basically been dismissed the same way in both innings here in this match, which is, it's kind of a cardinal sin for a top order batsman, isn't it? So Boland is out of the attack, and instead it is debutant Bo Webster to continue, who in the first Australian innings made a maiden Test half-century on debut. Let's see what he can do with the ball in hand. In he comes, right arm over the wicket and flicked off his toes by Shubman Gill. There is no run. In comes Webster again, right arm over the wicket, and is that an edge through to punt as through to carry, as Gill is absolutely looking to drive him over long on aerially, to chip him over long on. Yes, that is an edge taken by Carey down the leg side, and the Indians lose their fourth wicket. That's the first Test wicket for Bo Webster in his career. It was given out on the field. Shubman Gill did not even look like thinking about reviewing that. He's out, caught Carey, bowled Webster for 13 of 15 deliveries. Webster is having quite the day today. His maiden Test half-century and his maiden Test wicket on the same day. So Jadeja is coming in for the Indians. Let's see if there are any more shenanigans with the gloves and stuff like that. He was I don't know what was going on with Jadeja, and during the last test and the first innings of this one, he was trying to change gloves in the middle of an over, was shut down by the umpire, or that attempt was shut down by the umpire. That was really weird. He is on strike now, and Webster is coming in, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who drives straight to mid-off, and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of Shubman Gill's wicket. Carey did well there to take that catch. clipped off his legs by Jadeja. There is an appeal for LBW from Webster. It is not given. The Indians are not taking a single though. So 2 more deliveries left in Webster's first over. Well, what a test it has been. I wouldn't call it a low-scoring thriller. I think low-scoring thrillers last longer. This is just carnage. Maybe it looked like developing into a low-scoring thriller when the Indians batted almost the whole day for their 185, but since then 13 wickets have fallen today thus far, and we are still 75 minutes out from the close of play today, because we are 45 minutes out from the scheduled close of play, and I am 100% certain that we will take the extra half hour today. Because after this Webster over, there are still 26 overs remaining in the day, and no way are we getting those in. End of the 16th over, as there are no more runs. Jadeja plays out 4 dot balls. India 78 for 4, leading by 82 runs. Rishabh Pant is on 17 of 10, and Jadeja is on none of 4. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Once again, please do get in touch with the stream through the YouTube chat or through Blue Sky. You can see the Blue Sky handles over on your screen over there. The top one is the one that I will be monitoring, and I will be reading out your comments between overs, as Scott Boland, who has taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall in the second Indian innings, is back into the attack. He has figures of 3 for 27 of 5 overs. He is facing Rishabh Pant, and he is coming in right arm around the wicket, and Pant chips him back over his head, finds the boundary. That is 4 runs, even though Mitchell Starc is doing his best, trying a sliding stop. Can't prevent the boundary though. India for 82 for 4 now. And Rishabh Pant is doing Rishabh Pant things. He is now on 21 of 11. And that is, I think, again, the high... No, it's not the highest score. What was that? I will have to see that again. Jasprit Bumrah seems to be back from the hospital. We are seeing pictures of him climbing the stairs to the Indian dressing room. He looks to slog it. Pant looked to slog it into the leg side, but gets a top edge over cover, I think, judging from the replays. They take a single, so Jadeja is back on strike, and Boland continues right arm around the wicket. Jadeja leaves it, and this one misses the stumps by not that much. And there is no run. We have point, mid off, mid on, square leg. We have slips and a gully. In comes Boland again. This one is defended out into the leg side by Jadeja, who is very keen on getting off strike again. He is sent back by Pant, who would have run towards the danger end. So it was his call. All right. Jadeja was halfway down the pitch before turning around. And it continues what I alluded to earlier, that Jadeja is not looking comfortable on strike. He is wasting a bit of time here again. Final delivery of Scott Boland's over coming up. The 17th over of the innings. Jadeja is on strike. India 83 for 4, 16.5 overs have been bowled. In comes Scott Boland, right arm around the wicket. This one is clipped off his legs by Jadeja, and there are two fielders between mid-wicket and mid-on herring after it, and the Indians take a couple. 85 for 4 now, the Indians. Jadeja is off the mark. He is on 2. Rishabh Pant is on 22. Jadeja took 8 balls to make his 2 runs. Rishabh Pant took 12 for his 22. The Indians lead by 89 runs. So let's have a look at social media if anyone is with us. As I said quite a lot of times now, please do get in touch. If you are listening to this, please do get in touch. Use the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky. I will read out your comments, your opinions, and your predictions between the overs. Webster continues, right arm around the wicket, only 1 slip and a gully now. Pant looks to cut, finds the fielder, and there is no run. Pant taking strike again. There is cover, 1 slip and 1 gully. As Webster continues, right arm around the wicket. This time it is too short outside Pant's off stump, and this one is uppercut for 4 runs. There are no fielders out in the deep, giving the gully any security. And the Indians move on to 89 for 4. 17.2 overs have been bowled. The lead has extended to 93 runs. In comes Webster again. And this time Rishabh Pant is playing that signature Rishabh Pant shot, the falling pull. Pulling it towards the deep backward square leg boundary. It's another 4 runs, so the result is very good from an Indian perspective. It looks a bit like the shot that he got out to during the first innings in Melbourne. Next one is played over mid off. Another 4 runs for Rishabh Pant. 12 runs in boundaries of the over now. And the Indians are moving quickly. 97 for 4. The lead has crossed 100. It is now 101. And what is a defendable target here, as Pant pushes one out towards point and there is no run? What's a defendable target here on this pitch? There seems to be a lot of support for the bowlers in this pitch. I think it depends on whether you have Jasprit Bumrah or not. In comes Webster, and Carey is standing up to the stumps now for Webster, as there is an outside edge from a Rishabh Pant. The ball brushes Carey's glove, lobs up, and Webster is heartbroken that this chance goes missing. India 97 for 4 at the end of 18 overs, 12 runs coming off that 18th over. So let's have a look if anyone is with us. Come on, people, use the chat function on YouTube. It really helps. I've been at this since 12:30. It is now 7 in the morning. Especially the evening session. It would help if you would chime in with your thoughts. Also, if you're not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing. Really helps a small channel like mine out. And again, I will be doing a series review after this test. I have some very interesting guests waiting in the wings for that one, and in the Dutta and Abhishek Mukherjee, maybe Brian Barish from the USA, from Philadelphia, and also possibly Adit and maybe Jess. We'll see who can make it. It's a bit of a question of when we are recording. I myself am in Germany, so we'll see who we can get for that. But I think you don't want to miss that. And to make sure that you don't miss it, please consider subscribing to the channel. It is free and it really helps a small channel like mine enormously. What is happening here? Jadeja is beaten on the inside edge, hit on the thigh, and the ball bounces towards the slip cordon, where there is a slapstick falling over of fielders. Boland continues, fourth delivery, right arm over the wicket, angled across Jadeja, too wide outside his off stump, and it is left alone, and there is no run. For some reason, WinWiz has Australia now at almost 70% favorites. 68, India 31. They had them at 60%. The delivery before the Australians were all out with a deficit in the first innings. Looking at the pitch, there is something in this pitch. It's not easy to make runs here. Appeal for caught behind against Ravindra Jadeja by Alex Carey, but Scott Boland isn't interested in that one, as the Indian lead is 101 after the 19th over. That is a maiden. India 97 for 4. I don't know what's going on with Winvis. What are your thoughts? Is Australia being 70% favorites, is that realistic, or is it absolute lunacy? I think that is I think it's very strange. The pitch is already deteriorating, and we are only at the end of the second day. I don't know. Webster continuing, Pant going down on one leg, pulling him over. Over mid-wicket for 6 more runs. So Rishabh Pant is not fiddling around or not hanging around idly. Yeah, that's another 6, and that means that Rishabh Pant has made another 40 in this match. In the first innings, that was the highest score for India. And in the second innings, it is so far also the highest score for India. So after being heavily criticized during the last match, Rishabh Pant is maybe playing a low-key match-winning knock in both innings here. Because let's have a look at the scorecard. Thus far, his 40 is the second highest score. The tied second highest score, obviously, in the match. Only Webster has made a bigger innings, has played a bigger innings in this test. He made a half century on test debut in Australia's first innings. But apart from Webster, there was no other batsman to make 40 in this match thus far. So Rishabh Pant has a chance to set the highest score in the match in this second innings. Let's see if he can do it. That would be quite fun. On a deteriorating pitch, where no one was really able to score runs. He has hit another boundary, this time just the 4. And he follows that one up with a cut for a single. So, fastest test 50s for India. He holds the record for that one. 28 deliveries against Sri Lanka in 2022. And he has a chance to better his own record here. He is off strike at the moment though, and Shubman and then Ravi Jadeja is facing at least one delivery from Webster. Plays it out to mid wicket where it is fielded and there is no run. 15 fours and 2 sixes thus far in the innings. Most of those have been hit by, at all the sixes, most of the fours and all the sixes have been hit by Rishabh Pant, I would think. In comes Webster, and Jadeja is squared up by that delivery. There is no run. There is a brief appeal for LBW. Let's have a look. Oh no, that's a replay of Rishabh Pant depositing Webster over the leg side for 6 earlier in the over. "11 runs of that Bo Webster over India, 108 for 4. 112 runs the lead for India. And Boland is set to continue. He will face Rishabh Pant. India 108 for 4. "45 of 22 deliveries, Rishabh Pant. The the record for fastest 50 for India was set by him against Sri Lanka in 2022. It is of 28 deliveries. In comes Boland, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, who cuts that away, and it is fielded by Manos Labuschagne out in the deep, but the Indians have run a couple. So Rishabh Pant is on 47 of 23 deliveries. 5 more to play with to break his own record for fastest 50 for India, fastest test 50 for India. The lead is 114, and I can't tell you what is going on with Jasprit Bumrah, but I can tell you that he is back in the ground. So he is back from scans. I don't know I don't know about the results of the scans. So Pant swings and misses at one from Boland. There is no run. 47 of 24 deliveries now, Rishabh Pant. Can he break his own record? In comes Boland, right arm over the wicket and played with a straight bat by Rishabh Pant, and he is beaten on the outside edge. Stays on 47 of 25. India 110 for 4. In comes Boland again, right arm over the wicket, slashed at again by Pant and missed again, and there is no run. 47 of 26 now. Two more deliveries left in Scott Boland's 8th over. Let's see. A single of the 5th delivery. So Rishabh Pant, 48 of 27. Yeah, so he will not be able to improve his record, because whatever he does now, it will be a 50 of 28 deliveries. Jadeja is on strike though. India 111 for 4. Final delivery of Scott Boland's 8th over, coming in right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who plays it with a straight bat, is beaten on the outside, and there is no run. So India 111 for 4. The lead is 115 runs. And there is a scoring discrepancy between what is shown on my video feed and ESPN Quick Info has updated or corrected their live ticker. 111 for 4. Rishabh Pant on 48 of 28 balls. No, that's not true. He is on 48 of 27. Anyway, Jadeja on the other end is on 2 of 17. And Mitchell Starc is brought back into the attack for the 22nd over. Only his 4th over in the innings. Pat Cummins has been trying to give him some rest after he bowled all day yesterday, basically, and he is not 100% fit. He has some back niggle. He bowls to Rishabh Pant. First delivery is a dot ball, as there is now one slip and a flying gully in place for Rishabh Pant. In comes Mitchell Starc, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, and he is hoiked over the leg side, and that one is into the crowd. 6 runs to Rishabh Pant, and that means he is on 54 of 29 now. Couldn't improve his he could not improve his record for the fastest 50 for India that he himself set in 2022 against Sri Lanka, when he made 50 of 28 deliveries. But it means that Rishabh Pant is now the highest score in the match. Bo Webster is number 2, and that is another 6, again over the leg side. Starc is punished here by Rishabh Pant. The only score of 60 or more in the match so far. Back-to-back 6s for Rishabh Pant, and well, I mean, it's hard to criticize Pant in this match with the bat. He made the highest score in India's first innings. He has now made the highest score, not only the highest score in India's second innings, but also the highest score in the match. In comes Mitchell Stark, again left arm over the wicket, clipped off his toes by Rishabh Pant. This time there is only a single as it is fielded by deep backward square leg. I'm sorry. And the Indians move on to 124 for 4. So the lead is 128. They are 8. They are around 50 runs away from asking the Australians to improve on their first innings score. I think the goal for India or the goal for these two here, the objective for these two here must be to lead India to stumps here without any further damage, while also making quite a few or making runs as the Australians are offering loose balls. Because Rishabh Pant seems to be in the mood to swing for the fences. Final delivery of Mitchell Stark's fourth over coming up now. He has figures of none for 36. An economy of 9 in a test. That is quite something. Last delivery is another dot ball by Jadeja, and that is a drinks break, and I will be with you again shortly. back from the drinks break. Let's have a look. We are seeing replays of the highlights of Rishabh Pant's 61 not out of 31 deliveries. Highest score of the match so far, that 61. India 124 for 4 after 22 overs. Cummins to continue. He has bowled 7 overs with figures of none for 21. Pant at the SCG has an average of 131. He has played 3 matches. He has made 393 runs. In comes Cummins, right arm over the wicket, left alone by Rishabh Pant as it climbs on him outside his off stump, and there is no run. India 124 for 4, lead by 128. Just to remind you, the Indians made 185 all out in their first innings. The Australians made 181 all out in their first innings. So the Indians are only about... Oh, wait a minute. Rishabh Pant has to go as Patrick Cummins bowls right arm over the wicket, and Rishabh Pant looks to cut outside his off stump, gets a top edge, and he can't believe what he has just done. He was set and he goes fishing outside his off stump, one time too many, and Pat Cummins has taken the wicket of Rishabh Pant. He is out, caught carry, bowled Cummins, gone short wide, cut shot was on, and Pant just misses it. The Indians lead by 128 runs though, so 53 more, and they will be asking the Australians to improve on their first innings total. 5 wickets in hand. Now we are down to the last 2 all-rounders. Nitish Kumar Reddy, can he repeat his heroics from the first innings in Melbourne? And I'll have to look at the scorecard for Brisbane as well, because wasn't that Reddy and I think it was Reddy and Bumrah that got India past the follow-on target in that match, wasn't it? I will have a look. There's just replays of that Rishabh Pant dismissal. Let's have a look. India first innings, second innings. No, the first innings. It's about the follow-on. No, it was Akashdeep and Bumrah. Sorry. But Reddy is off the mark. Second delivery he faces. Jadeja is back on strike now. India 125 for 5. 22.4 overs have been bowled. Yeah, so Stephen McFall's name is has popped up in the Discord server. He has seen that Brian Barish has joined the server. Yeah, Stephen, if you are listening, Brian was actually on commentary during the first session of the day, because he is unsupervised at home, and so he thought, well, he could pop in for a bit of cricket commentary. Therefore, so yeah, Cummins gets his first wicket of the innings in his 8th over. 1 for 22 his figures. The Indians lead by 129 runs. Reddy is on strike now, and he will face Scott Boland. Washington Sundar still to come after this pair, or after the next wicket falls for the Indians. I don't know what's happening, or what's the situation with Jasprit Bumrah. He was taken for scans to hospital earlier in the day. He is back in the ground. He's not looking like anything is wrong with him, as he is jogging up the stairs. As Boland begins his 9th over to Nitish Kumar Reddy with 3 dot balls. Let's have a look at ESPN Cricket Info. Maybe they can tell us a bit about the Bumrah situation. Nothing there, as the third delivery is defended back towards the bowler by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and there is no run. India 125 for 5, leading by 129 runs. The attendance on day 2 in Sydney is at the moment officially 47,257. Earlier they said that the first 3 days for this test had been sold out, as Boland continues right arm over the wicket, left alone by Reddy, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries left in Scott Boland's 9th over. Let's see. Yeah, again, if you are listening, please do get in touch using the YouTube chat, or using Blue Sky, or if you are in the Discord server, you can of course tag me in that one as well. I will hear that. 5th delivery is taken for a single by Nitish Kumar Reddy, so Scott Boland will have to readjust his line for the last delivery of his 9th over, as there is a left-right change, as Jadeja is the batsman that is on strike now. He is left-handed, in contrast to Nitish Kumar Reddy. In comes Boland. He switches to around the wicket and bowls one outside the off stump that is left alone by Ravindra Jadeja. And that is the end of the 24th over. India 126, and that last single by Nitish Kumar Reddy has brought up the 130 run lead for India. So let's have a look. If anyone is with us on Blue Sky, doesn't look like it. So we have had almost 48,000 visitors in for the first two tests. For each of the first two tests at the SCG, as the ground staff is hammering down or is flattening out the run-up. Let's call it that. Flattening out the run-up. Ready. Cuts one by Cummins into the offside, and I think they have taken a couple of runs. Yes, they did. 128. The lead is 132. Ready on 4 of 8. Jadeja 2 of 22. India 128 for 5. In comes Cummins, and this one is cut by Nitish Kumar Reddy, but is stopped at point by Sam Consters, and there is no run. Lyon is now signing autographs on the boundary. And now it looks like Pat Cummins is starting his run-up, so he has to hurry back onto the field of play. In comes Pat Cummins, driven by Nitish Kumar Reddy, but driven straight to Mitchell Stark at mid-on, and there is no run. Let's have a look. I guess I will reply on a Discord to Stephen McFall's name, as Ready defends one to cover, and there is no run. In comes Cummins, fifth delivery, defended by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and there is no run. 128 for 5 after 24.5 overs have been bowled in India's second innings. They lead by 132 runs. And I guess the way that the last wicket fell, Rishabh Pant, who was gone for I think 61. Yeah, that was a bit weird, because on the one hand, can you really criticize the top scorer in the match so far for not making enough runs? He has made the highest score in India's first innings. He has made the highest score in India's second innings. He has made the highest score in the match in India's second innings. But still, I cannot help but think that people will be. He was disappointed with the way he was dismissed. It was a real nothing ball, and Rishabh Pant was tempted into playing a cut shot, and he got a top edge, and that was that. In comes Boland. He is bowling to Jadeja, right arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, and Jadeja is beaten on the outside edge. There is no run. There are some people in the crowds in shot. They all have name tags. And I don't know who any of them are. I am very, very sorry, Australians, but I don't know who these people are. And Australian pop culture is not really that big in Europe, I have to admit. We know that's a knife. So yeah, Crocodile Dundee and of course Mad Max, but none of these people sitting there are Tom Hardy or Mel Gibson or Paul Hogan. That's his name, isn't it? Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee. Yes, I think so. So I'm sorry if I don't recognize the local celebrities. As Boland continues, 3 dot balls now to Jadeja, who is still on 2 of 25 deliveries. The Indian lead is 132. So 50 more, and the target for Australia in the 4th innings will be higher than what they made in their first innings. Boland pulling out of his run-up, and he is walking back to his mark. He is in conversation with Patrick Cummins. The Australian Pacers are taking wickets, but they are not looking that good doing it, or that fresh doing it. Let's put it that way. They have not had that much rest because the Australians folded basically inside of 2 sessions. After the Australian bowlers were out there in the field for basically the whole of the first day, they were asked to continue their workload after an early tea was taken, with the fall of the final Indian wicket. As Jadeja continues to be unable to score any runs of Scott Boland. Final delivery of Boland's over coming up now. And let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media for between the overs, as Jadeja is now taking strike. In comes Boland, right arm around the wicket, and again Jadeja looks to defend with a straight bat, is beaten on the outside edge, and there is no run. So let's have a look if anyone is with us. As I said, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky. The Blue Sky handle that will be monitored for the rest of the test is the top one, that at linuxlear.bsky.social. Write me, tell me what you think, what your predictions are, stuff like that. I'd love to hear from you as Cummins continues. Let's have a look at the time. So we are 8 minutes past the scheduled close of play. So 22 minutes, something like that, left in the day's play. Because of course we're taking the extra half hour, as there are 15 more overs scheduled after this one, as Cummins bowls to Reddy, right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump. Reddy leaves 2 deliveries in a row and there is no run. Let's see. I mean, it's 22 more minutes. That's I think 5 or 6 more overs probably after this one. It feels a bit risky for the Indians to try to block out 5 overs. Take singles. Rotate the strike a bit. You have a right hand, left hand combination out in the middle at the moment. Make the bowlers readjust their lines, break up their rhythm. I think that's the way to go here. Cummins, right arm over the wicket, blocked by Nitish Kumar Reddy and fielded at point by, I think that's Sam Constance coming around from point. There is no run. India remain on 128 for 5. Man, it would be a shame for India if Pant had thrown his wicket away, if the Australians were sent out to bed tomorrow, and if the pitch would flatten out overnight. But to be honest, I can't really see that happening. Leg byes of the penultimate ball of Patrick Cummins' 10th over, and I can tell you that the floodlights have been turned on now. Jadeja is on strike. The lead for India, 133 runs. As Cummins comes in for the final delivery of his 10th over. And there is an appeal for LBW as Patrick Cummins is turning around. Is turning around to appeal during his follow through and stumbles, falls flat on his ass. Stumbles over his own feet. Everyone, including Jadeja, can see the humor in that, and that includes Pat Cummins. So that's good to see. And looking at the appeal again, Jadeja was hopping in the air. He hit him above the knee roll, in front of the stumps, but no chance that was an LBW. As Scott Boland continues, he is bowling to Nitish Kumar Reddy. And the first delivery is blocked out by Reddy for a dot ball. In comes Boland again. Right arm over the wicket, played with soft hands to gully by Nitish Kumar Reddy, and there is no run. The Indian lead remains 133. India 129 for 5. The first innings lead was a mere 4 runs. can they make something? Can they set a platform here as Ready plays a chip shot to captain Pat Cummins at mid-off, taken safely by Pat Cummins as Ready chips it straight down his throat, and there is the wicket. India lose their sixth, 129 for 6 now. That's a good opportunity to have a look if ESPN Cricket Info has to say anything on the ongoing Jasprit Bumrah situation, who was taken to hospital for scans earlier in the day. He is back in the ground, and but I don't know if he is cleared to bowl. Probably around 15 more minutes to go in the day. The Indians still have 4 wickets in hand. And Washington Sundar is walking out for India at number 6. So, let's have a look if anyone is with us. I seem to be up to date on YouTube. There was a notification on Discord. Let me have a look. No. Okay. I think that is something strange. Anyway, Washington Sundar survives his first delivery from Scott Boland, who is now in with a shout for a fifer in the second innings. As he continues to bowl right arm around the wicket outside Washington's off stump, though. And he beats his outside edge again. Final delivery of Scott Boland's over coming up now. There is seam movement away from the batsman in that 5th delivery. Let's see what Washington Sundar can do with that final delivery of the 11th over from Scott Boland. In he comes again, and this one is cut along the ground forward of point, and Washington Sundar takes a single. India bring up their 130. The lead is 134. Time at the ground is 13 minutes to 6. Let's have a look at social media. No, we seem to be good on the YouTube chat. So, Pat Cummins is coming back for his 11th over. This pitch is turning spicy, I think. And Washington Sundar cuts Pat Cummins away, and I think the Indians have taken a couple of runs. Yes, indeed, they did, as Sam Constance was the fielder. The lead extends to 136. And Washington Sundar moves on to 3 of 4 with a couple of the first delivery of Pat Cummins that he faces. I am not sure I would call this game a low-scoring thriller. I would call it low-scoring carnage, because the way I'm seeing this game, I think that this will be over in 3 days. This won't. This might not even see the evening session of tomorrow. And I think for it to qualify as a low-scoring thriller, it has to go at least into day 4, if not early day 5, probably with some rain interruptions, not that many runs scored at a very low run rate. And drawn out in terms of actual time, and this one will not be drawn out in terms of actual time. We are at the end of the second day, and we are more than halfway through the third innings here. India have already lost 6 wickets. These two here are the last recognized batsmen in the Indian lineup. After that, it's Prasid Krishna. Was that the order in the first innings? I think Prasid Krishna. Yes, Krishna, then Bumrah, then Mohammad Siraj. That's what's still to come. So Washington Sundar and Ravindra Jadeja definitely the last recognized batsman in this lineup. India 133 for 6 at the moment, lead by 137. Jadeja is taking strike after Washington took a single off the 4th delivery. And now Jadeja has hit a boundary, I think. Yes, indeed. That is the first boundary that Ravindra Jadeja has hit in the innings. 4 runs more to the Indian total. India 137 for 6, 7 runs. And yeah, finally some runs for Jadeja. He had 2 before that, and now he's on 6 of 31. The Indian lead is 141 runs. So they are only 40. The lead is only 40 lower than the Australian total in their first innings. Boland continues to Washington Sundar. He is bowling right arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, and Washington leaves that one alone, wants nothing to do with that. So Boland is now starting his over. It is probably we have less than 10 minutes left in the day, so there is a good chance that this is the second to last over of the day. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. I think we are up to date on YouTube, as Yeah, not much is happening. Washington Sundar is content with playing inside the line of the ball, and I think that Boland is bowling a bit too wide. There are still 3 slips and a gully in place for Scott Boland bowling to Washington Sundar. But he can't get the outside edge here. 3 dot balls so far. The plan is very, very obvious. Get the outside edge. But so far he has been unable to. The third one here is, I have to admit, a lot closer than the ones before that. In comes Boland for the 4th delivery, and this one is again wider outside the off stump, and Washington Sundar shoulders arms, leaves that one alone with a big front foot stride. As we are seeing replays of Nitish Kumar Reddy needlessly chipping one down Pat Cummins' throat at mid-off. That was the last wicket to fall in the innings. And the second he played that shot, the split second he played that shot and followed the ball with his eyes, he could see that Pat Cummins was out there lurking, and he went down on one knee and hung his head. Next one, again, left alone. There is no run. Scott Boland has 1 delivery left in his 12th over. Captain Cummins is patting him on the shoulder. Looks like he's telling him, well done, something like that. Final delivery of Scott Boland's over, and this one is onto the stumps but defended by Washington Sundar into the offside, and there is no run. The lead is 141 as the Indians are still 137 for 6 after Scott Boland's 12th over, which was a maiden. 30 overs have been bowled in India's second innings. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Let's go to live chat on YouTube. Nothing there. Perhaps someone or anyone is with us. Possibly the final over of the day. Webster going right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Jadeja, who leaves one outside the off stump alone, and there is no run. Jadeja 6 of 32. Let's have a look at the scorecard. I think the only Indian batsman yeah, Rishabh Pant was going along. He was going along at 184. Jadeja is currently at 19. Pant did throw his wicket away, to be fair, but the pitch that don't seem, or this pitch seems to be very, very difficult to score runs on. As Jadeja gets a thick outside edge that is missed in the slip cordon, and Jadeja runs through for the single. That was very, very lucky from Jadeja, and it's dropped by Smith, is it? Yes, Smith is leaping to his right. He gets an outstretched left hand on it, but it is a drop by Steve Smith, and Jadeja gets a life. Webster in, right arm around the wicket and pushed out to point by Jadeja. There is no run. Oh no, it's Sundar. Sorry, Jadeja took the single of the drop that Smith produced. So Sundar on strike now. He's on 4 of 14. 2 more deliveries left in the over. It is Bo Webster's 4th. 2 wide outside the off stump for Washington Sundar to be tempted into playing any kind of shot there. There is no run. The Indians remain on 138 for 6. As we are seeing replays of the dropped catch by Steve Smith, and final delivery coming in again outside the off stump, left alone and taken behind the stumps by Carey. 31 overs gone. India 138 for 6. They lead by 142, and I think there is one more over in the day because there is 1 minute until the clock ticks over, as we are seeing the Richies out in the stands. And the final over of the day will be bowled by Scott Boland. He has figures of 4 for 39 from 12. And the objective of these 2 Indian batsmen will now have to be to see out the day. Jadeja is on strike. He plays Boland out into the offside, and this time, for some reason, Jadeja is yes, okay, of course, because he is on strike and he doesn't like to be on strike for some reason during this test and the last. He is halfway down the pitch. Washington Sundar is not interested. Jadeja has a few words before he realizes the danger and sprints back to his crease, because he did not play the ball that far towards the outfield as he had thought, I think. Next one is left alone by Jadeja, and there is no run. India remain on 138 for 6, leading by 142 runs. Third one left alone again, this time in a very exaggerated manner with the bat held high above his helmet. There is no run. Jadeja on 7 of 37 deliveries. He has not been his usual self thus far in the test. This one and the last one, he was a bit off color, I think. 4th delivery defended by Jadeja, and again he takes a quick 2 steps out of his crease before running back. Fifth delivery of the over, the 13th of Scott Boland. He is on for, there is still a 5 for possible for him. He has taken 4 for 39 thus far in the second Indian innings. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket to the left-hand Ravindra Jadeja, who glances that one down the leg side, and it is fielded by Mitchell Starc at deep fine leg, and this time the Indians have taken a single, rotated the strike. Washington Sundar is on strike, and I think that it will be the final delivery of the second day. Boland coming in, right arm around the wicket to the other left-hander out there in the middle for India, and that is of course Washington Sundar. In he comes, and this one is threaded through the gap between third slip and gully, and the Indians have taken a couple. Moving on to 141 for 6, thus leading by 145 runs. So, and that is indeed stumps. They lead by 145. Highlights of the day. Let's have a look. Highlights of the day. First of all, from the Australian... No, that was the wrong test. That's the wrong scorecard I'm looking at. Sorry. So, highlights. Mohammad Siraj and Prasidh Krishna being the picks of the Indian bowlers. Both of them take three wickets in Australia's first innings. The highlight of Australian batsmanship was obviously Bo Webster, who made a maiden Test half-century on debut, the second Australian debutant to manage this on this tour alone. The Australians were all out for 181 in reply to India's 185 yesterday. The last wicket to fall was Scott Boland, whose dismissal brought on an early tea, and since then we've had an extended evening session in which the Indians have now moved on to 141 for 6. Rishabh Pant, after top scoring for India in the first innings, has now top scored in the match so far. He made 61, then threw his wicket away needlessly. Only one other Indian batsman has made more than 22 runs, and that is Yashasvi Jaiswal, who took, I think, 16 runs off the first over of the innings. He made 22 in total, so yeah, that was a bludgeoning for Mitchell Starc in the first over, but not much more after that. So Pant 61, Kohli fails again, 6 runs, dismissed the same way as in the first innings. Looking at the Australian scorecard, Scott Boland is obviously the pick of the bowlers, the only bowler to take more than 1 wicket. Mitchell Starc unlucky, no wickets. Boland with 4 and Cummins and Webster with 1 each. So yeah, Bo Webster has had a bit of a day today. He made his maiden Test half-century today. On Test debut. He also took his maiden Test wicket, and that was Shubman Gill, who was out, caught, carry, bowled Webster for 13. So, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did today. We had Brian Barish with us for the first session. That was a bit unexpected, but delightful nonetheless. And thank you very much for joining the call, Brian. Yeah, if you are listening to this and are not subscribed, please consider liking this video, liking this live stream, and subscribing to the channel. That would really, really help me out. It would also mean that you get notifications for when I will be live tomorrow with what will probably be the last day of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. You will also be notified when we publish the series review that we will record after the series is all done. You can look forward to that. It's just a question of scheduling at the moment, but I have possibly Anindo Dutta and Abhishek Mukherjee, as well as possibly Brian Barish and Adit, locked in for a discussion about the series, for a series review of this Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-2025. And if you don't want to miss that, you should subscribe to the channel. As we are seeing, I don't know what that is. When I think that must have been earlier in the morning, Mark Tubby Taylor and the Tracer Bullet, Ravi Shastri himself, presenting or carrying out the trophy into the middle. Well, anyway, so don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will say once again, thank you everyone for watching, and I will be seeing you tomorrow. Bye everyone.